Okay, that's kind of weird. Hmm. All right, let's see. Okay. Just added a little bit of gain there on the mic. Hope I don't have to pop the... Okay. Let's see how that goes. But there's actually a few things on here that I didn't realize. So when you click on there, it says View Hidden Papers. It actually opens up some a folder with a bunch of PDFs. So let's see. Let me see. Oh, yuck. Well, let's see how this goes. Let's see. Dislike it, but I don't. Okay. Go. There we go. All right, the first one. These seem to be dated. Let me see if I can get this captured. Oh, that didn't work. No, that didn't work at all. Huh. Okay, no. There we go. Let's try this. There we go. A little bit better. So it says, Madam, Palazzo Dario, Venice, 15th of October, 1722. I regret the intemperancy of what must follow. I regret the intemperancy of what must follow, but I write in haste and full. And in full wrath? Guess wrath. Even now my sleeves are beset with slitherous slime. You permitted me to bear away from your library that noble book, The History of Inks, for which I averred and still aver my gratitude, but, madam, you have behaved in a manner incompromised with professional care. Madam, to the point, I provided myself a sacred precinct to mix the fifth ink. I set certain protections about the place. I had no wish to be interrupted by robbers or rivals. One of my prominence and noble stature suffers grievously from the envy of lesser practitioners. You must know, madam, that I am an adept of wit and skill, and that these protections were mighty in scope and extent. I warded against worm and storm and bite and swift and the 8 principles. I think that says swift. Of worm and storm and bite and sight and the 8 principles and the 400 names. But, madam, I warded most against the pettiest and the meanest. When one takes a lease upon a palace, one expects to bring one's own guards and retainers to defend against uninvited ill-wishers. But one does not expect to deploy ratting cats and ratting cats and mousing terriers. Sheesh. For defense against the rodentry. That, madam, is a given. So, madam, I had assumed that as a competent preserver of knowledge, you would place awards Saltriferous. What? Jeez. To award saltiferous to self. Good. I don't know what that word is. To protect against such vermin as raw prophets. Madam, I have taken the necessary time to compose myself. I will tell the rest but briefly. The raw prophet was drawn to the history of inks, by what I know not. Even as I turned to fill the calcium, it fell upon the book, and by the time I had turned back, the book was all but engulfed. I strove mightily against the raw prophet with the great strength of my arms, but raw prophets are flexible and indelicate creatures, and I won only slime and besmirchment and intimate assault at no small cost to my dignity. Therefore, madam, I do now insist and demand that first you abandon all claims upon the history of inks, The book is gone. I do not wish to inquire exactly where, but I imagine within the doings of the raw prophet. Second, that you compensate me for your incompetence. A gift of the second volume of the unexpurgated De Horis, I suppose suffice. A gift of the second volume of the unexpurgated De Horis will I suppose suffice. Thirdly, that you compensate me also for the cleaning of my garments. I attach the bill in full. Yours in honor, Huckabald of Puximund. I suppose. God, that is rough to read. That was 1722. Kissing the twins. Hints to travelers to Italy. Maruvium was the chief city of the Maruvi, a mountain people who rebelled many times against Rome. The city was established as a colony after their final pacification. Today it is a little provincial town, San Benedetto dei Marsi, which has not much to recommend it to the young tourist. The tiny church of St. Agnes of the Serpent has a gloomy charm, despite its evil reputation. The Emperor Claudius identified the lake as a source of the malaria, to which the reader will recall I lost a valued friend in the Pomptine marshes. Horace identified it, rather, as a source of witches. Gypsy, first it's Chunky wanting attention after he pulled all the toys out, and now it's Gypsy. Okay, that was the cat. The Emperor Claudius identified the lake as a source of the malaria, to which the reader will recall I lost a valued friend in the Pomptine marshes. Horace identified it, rather, as a source of witches. I wonder now whether Horace's assessment might not be the correct one, but I should not run ahead. On the shore of Lake Fusino. Lake Fusino has been reduced many times, though it creeps back when the drainage fails, so that even now the locals refer to its margins as the dry country. A bronze bearing an antique inscription in the tongue of the Maruvi was found in the dry places and is now kept in the church. The priest is severe on its dangers. It has been touched by the lake witches, but nevertheless will show it to the curious for a small donation. On the matter of the witches, they are seen in dreams, particularly when one dreams of before a cracked or uncovered mirror. On nights of the greater moon, they arise from the lake and generate unwanted multiple births, inspire follies of passion, and bend flesh to flesh. The locals turn for protection to St. Agnes, but I have seen that they also make puppets, of 2 heads and 4 arms, to placate the lake witches. As to why I came to San Benedetto de Marsi, I had heard in Rome that the inscription of the bronze employs a script not seen elsewhere, and I wished to study and record that script. My informant was correct that the script was unusual, and I have retained the notes for study, but I can attest that the script survives in a book, which a woman of the area was kind enough to show me. The book, she said, was not for sale, and I have given my word that I will not speak further of the woman or of her companion. I was permitted to examine the book. It is not from the time of the Maruvi. It is much later, perhaps of the vintage of Charlemagne. The woman and her companion told me wild tales of its origin, and of the witches of the lake, and I had ceased to pay close attention when they warned me of the dangers of the book. This tale at least was true. The page edges are sharp as a barber's razor, and I cut my hand badly and had to bind it with my handkerchief. I thought to find a doctor lest the wound go bad, but the doctor was lost to drink, and my host directed me to the sanctuary of St. Agnes. I would not choose a priest as a physician, but the sanctuary had been a place of healing since, I am assured, the time of the Romans, and the cut was very deep. Still, when I came there, the priest would not bind my injury, averring the wounds are holy to Agnes. He promised to draw the poison from my flesh, and I lay upon the altar steps, and he set his mouth to the wound, and my senses failed me. When I awoke, the priest was in a shouting rage, and would not minister to me further. In my dizziness and fear, my Italian had all but abandoned me. But I understood this. The twins! You have kissed the twins! My wound did not turn, and I will have a story to tell with the scar. Perhaps, after all, there was a virtue in the mouth of the priest. When the moon is full, I still dream of San Benedetto de Marci, and of the drawings I saw in the knifed pages of the book. 1815, Kissing of the Twins. Hmm. 8, so that was 1722, now it's 1815, and this will be 1857. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Oh, heavens. In preparation for the riddle of the stag door, which I will describe later, a dreamer passes through the white door, not once, but many times. The white door was known anciently as the bone door or the ivory door. Speech may not pass its vowels, and dreamers are mute when they enter the house. The white door is fickle. I had prepared the proper tisanes and had some hope of entrance that night. You should know that once one has entered the manses, the memory of it hooks and tears. One recalls its stairs and galleries and the light of its windows with a sentiment like that of half-waking memories on clear autumn mornings. I found then that I prepared my limbs for sleep, with the trembling anticipation of one who awaits a fickle lover, and that sleep, indeed, was fickle. But at length I walked again the outer precincts of the manses, that place we call the bounds, which we dare to believe above the wood. The bounds breathe and change. They are, some say, the limbs of the house. But I have never subscribed to the notion that the house is an organism. It is not stone, but it is more like stone than flesh. That night they were hued with what we in the society called the perilous colour. I had considerable apprehension, before I ever saw the door, that this was not a night to be abroad in the precincts of the house of the sun. What one does not surrender easily, even the white door. And I had high hopes that year of passing the stag door early. So on I went. I rounded the high rock that is called the Temple of the Wheel, and the white door came in view. There was a crowd of the dead. Before it, even at that distance, it was clear that that is what they were. You may be aware that some dead passed the white door. They, Gypsy... Come here. Okay. Gypsy. I think they hear my voice and they get riled up because they get excited. It's like, oh, it's his voice. And then they start getting in the way. Where was I? I rounded the high rock that is called the Temple of the Wheel, and the white door came in view. There was a crowd of the dead before it. Even at that distance, it was clear that that is what they were. You may be aware that some dead passed the white door. The speech is taken from them as the speech of dreamers, and that is why the dead we meet in the manses are so often mute. But their movements, I quickly saw, were not the movements of the dead. I shall say there was a river flowing through the door. It was not a river, and neither was it a Neither was it... Oh, neither was it pus nor joy. But when I tried to articulate it better, my pen snapped in my hand. I apologize for the apophatic ellipsis. I apologize for the and some old-time... There should be some old-timey words. Apophatic ellipsis. Relating to apophasis. Involving the practice of describing by stating which characteristics it does not have. Oh. So, okay. Okay, so that's... I apologize for the apophatic ellipsis. That is... Okay, good to know. Apophatic. I apologize for the apophatic ellipsis, madam, but I have no wish to tempt that hour into my dreams. The rising spider wishes dominion, but the growth wishes only to infect and become. I do not believe the bounds are the limbs of the house, but I must aver that the dead that night had become the limbs of the crowned growth. Should you meet them, do not permit them to touch you. Do not even look upon their faces. I thank the sun for the horned axe, the black flax, and other older hours. Without them I wonder whether we might not all be the growth. I did not pass the white door that night. I ran crying into the night, and I recollected myself, only curled among the roots and blades of the wood. To that episode I ascribe my affinity with the moth. Okay. Illumination. 1866. Tabriz, January 1866. My dear nephew, what a surprise and a pleasant one to hear from you. My warmest congratulations and wishes to your new wife, except that it is a year since the date of your letter, and so I suppose no longer new. I hope indeed by now you are blessed with children. Alas, I must refuse your kind invitation, though with the deepest regret. But your other question I will answer. I will try. You speak kindly of my gallantry and less kindly of my desertion. Yes, I acknowledge the word. Forgive me of the shame of it, which you must carry. There is another history, no doubt, where I continued in the Empress' service, and I think of it sometimes with regret. But you see, my sword was broken that day. So much to explain, and I must choose my words carefully. I wrote to your mother that my horse took an unlucky ball from a musket. This was not altogether honest. The truth is lesser and greater. We numbered barely 100, the squadron being somewhat below strength, and the what? Maybe, what is this? Is that a KH? No. I do. KHRG, I think. Is that KHRG? KH. And I? No. I do not know what that is. Yeah, it took an unlucky ball from a Kugsni? It's maybe Khusgni? Khajani. Yeah, oh, Khajani. So, okay, so that makes sense. So, Khajani is a district in India. Okay. We number barely 100, the squadron being somewhat below strength, and the Khajani 8 times that. My nephew, if you think the Persian is to be disregarded against the Irishman, or the musket against the rifle, let me rid you of that thought today. Captain Forbes had taken them for cavalry in the morning mist, and they were chunky. Captain Forbes had taken them for cavalry in the morning mist, and they were not. They were of a grand regiment, and the finest of their infantry, and they stood early in the square with bayonets fixed against us. But we were all of us in fine spirits and impatient, and Captain Forbes saw that in the mist they had come, unstuck from the greater Persian force, and were not supported. Here was glory, and when he ordered the charge we cheered. Chunky! Yes, and then you want attention, and then we're going to reach for you, and then you're going to run away. Okay, bye. It was foolishness on foolishness, and I have not told you yet of my own foolishness, and yet all those were glory also. The Empire wished to keep the Shah from Herat, I guess. Herat, maybe? Which is under our protection, but not to defend him, for we needed him against the Russians. So we were fighting, but not for victory. Then Captain Forbes' decision to ship Chunky! What do you want? What? You are so pathetic. I always have cat aggro. I guess that comes from 5 cats. Shiggy! Okay, you are the shiggies. Okay, bye! Again! Okay. So we were fighting, but not for victory. Then Captain Forbes' decision to chart... What do you want? Literally, not even 5 seconds after you run away, you come back. What? Okay, bye, again. Then Captain Forbes' decision to charge them, and your uncle at the head of the charge with his saber. I wish I could say it flashed in the sunshine as I brandished it. I wish I could say it flashed in the sunshine as I brandished it, but the mist, and the mist, of course, saved us on their their muskets. And the mist, of course, saved us, or their muskets would have ended our charge untimely. But it deadened the sound of their fires, so we knew not how close until we were on them. Suddenly your uncle sees their shakos? And their fierce frightened faces and their bayonets like offensive knives loom up before him, and poor Menendez seeks to swerve aside, but is altogether too late. What am I to do but try to pull his head straight and have him jump that fence like any other? Well, it ended badly for us all, and it might have ended worse. Oh, Meander. Is it Meander crashes down upon their ranks and he is pierced all through by their blades. And I think he is dead by the time I hole myself from beneath him. By the light that was divided, I pray it so, for he deserved better. For he deserved better than I gave him in the end. As I say as I haul myself out, and my left hand is crushed. But the other fellow on whom we fell is worse. Meander has broken his neck, and he is lying all wrong. My right still serves to swing. My right still serves to swing my sword, and then another comes at me. I give him what he merits, but it is all my luck again. For as he falls, and I drew the sword back from him, I see that it was broken too by Meander's fall. There I am, then, in the very ranks of the enemy, but my brother soldiers cutting at them too, and the square beginning to break. So the Persians have their things to worry about than me. Still... Oh. Still... This is... Still crushed? No. Still... Whatever, still... Good, this is hard. Maybe still loved as I am, with barely a sword worth the name. I have very little confidence in my situation. The chaos when cavalry crushes you is the chaos when cavalry crushes upon a square is like a wave upon a cliff, only if the cliff was flesh and stones the wave upon it. There's no part of my world, or theirs, that is not heavens. Is that pouring? Is not pouring blood, I guess. Now comes the part that you can credit or not as you choose. The tag end of the story you will have heard is almost time. Lieutenant Malcolmson saw me fall, and he fought his way through, and he lent me his stirrup. And we came free, and by the time he had seen me safe and turned around again, the action was all but done. And the Kajini casting down their weapons. Those few who lived, of those 800, we only took 20 alive, a famous victory. Nephew, I hope you had too much sense to credit it. 100 against 800, a man on a horse cutting his way through lesser men as if it were wheat, to serve his brave comrade. We both were decorated for it. Decorated to the highest degree. What else could they do? But every lie is tense shadow. No, every lie is truth's shadow. There's always a shape they shape. There's always a shape they share. I learnt that later in the labyrinth, so Lieutenant Malcolmson, I still call him that, though it was never his name, rode indeed to my rescue. But what he rode was nothing like a horse, even a cavalry horse. Something more terrible, something above all more golden. Nephew, make a fist in your hand. Muscles move beneath the skin. So power moved beneath the skin of the world. At impulses equally invisible, but greater. A light seen only in sleep, words spoken first but by fire. Even the shattering of a sword, in the hand where I nearly fell, they used to call that the Shaper's Lesson. I think that's what that is. Or the Shafir's Lesson, I guess. That is part of why Malcolmson unmasked himself that day, and the other part is between him and me. Later, he took me west on a kind of pilgrimage. I cannot tell you where. Mercy is found only in shadow, and there are too few shadows on this letter. But you have bound me to speak to you of my desertion, so I will tell you this. In a place far from Carlingford, where you will read this, Send the illuminate consecrated in church Invictine. Beneath that church, one lies sheathed in black. Corundum, I guess? In black corundum nether. Long nor mortal. Long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither real nor imagined. I have seen what is written on his shining skin, and so I can never return to Crawlingford. My nephew, I have said that the powers of the world are moved by secret impulse, but the converse is true also. The fingers move the hand which moves the soul. This is a secret I do not yet entirely understand, but I have learnt to call illumination. If you have inherited your mother's good sense, you will leave the matter here. But it is always the women of our blood who are wiser, so perhaps you are as foolish as me, and so I will say a little more. The Kagani that we slew, on their standard they bore a silver hand. We took it as a trophy, and it graces now the standard of my regiment. I still write that. I will not strike it out. But of course I cannot no longer claim that honor. It graces now the standard of the door. Of the donor? No. Donner House? Maybe? If you ask to see it, I will think they will show it to you. If you use Malcolmson's name and not mine, it is older than the regiment. Old, I think, as England. But no older. There is a lesson in it. Greatest among the powers who illuminate is one called Watchman. It is he who says mercy is found only in shadow. But he does not say that mercy is nowhere found, and shadows lie long at the labyrinth of lions. Yours ever, your uncle, Arthur. Oh, hell. Yes, handwriting decoder. Sheesh. 1902. Scolecoscopy, maybe? Alright. Jeez, what is that symbol? You know what? Let me get a freaking proper PDF reader. Sheesh. I think I used Foxit back in the day. That probably would have helped, because this is grainy as crap. Gypsy! Oh, I think I need to do this. Let's try this. Good heavens, what the hell is this? That is no. No. Of course now it's not, of course now it's not grabbing it. Alright, let's try this. Let's do this. Of course it's not. Of course, I mean, why would it work? Of course now it's, oh, there we go. Alright. So, how do I do these? There we go. I think that works. What the hell is this? Okay, what if I... Okay, let's do this. There we go. What AI bookmark? Okay, maybe I should just not put... Okay, this is even worse. And here I go on... And of course it's not grabbing. Oh, there we go. What the heck is this? The heck is this? Oh, I guess this is what I get for learning on the fly. Oh, nice. Okay, well, there's got to be a... There's got to be a better way to do this. Good heavens. This should not be this hard. That's not helpful at all. How do I... Well, we are learning all the things. Okay. What the heck is this? How do I... No, how do I do this? Okay, now what's going on? Namaste, what are you doing? Why are all the cats going berserk? What's going on now? How can I resize this? This should not be this hard. Like, literally, why is this so huge? There we go. Good heavens. Sheesh. Alright. That was a lot harder than it should have been. Okay. I was lying. These are just low quality. Okay. Moving on. So this is called Scolicoscopy. Velletri, Italy, March 25th, 1902. Superintendent, Nocturnal Branch, New Scotland Yard, Victoria Embankment, London. Superintendent Winford, please consider this my sequestration and assessment report for materials seized at... Chonky! Okay, you know what? Good heavens. This isn't even a stream, this is a me fighting with the cats. Alright, so please consider this my sequestration and assessment report for materials seized at Artuccio. I am aware, you have reminded me on previous occasions, that administration distributes forms that are generally expected to use for these reports, but events since Artuccio have made that impractical. Consequently, I have allowed myself latitude in the format. 1. Skull, deformed, abhuman. Abnormalities consistent with la malaise raveline. La malaise raveline. What is that? Okay, that does not... Okay, alright, cool. Oh, well I guess here I am struggling, and I guess I could have looked it all up on the wiki. Scolicosophy. Okay, that's... Okay, maybe not. It's not on there. Never mind. Moving on. La malaise raveline, and the standard assessment suggested the expected oniric risk, destroyed, pulverization, and dilution. 2. 3 cases domaine raveline, 1865 vintage. Standard assessments suggest no discernible oniric hazard, retained for sale and expenses recoup. You generally feel compelled to remind me, Superintendent, of the regulations on implied hazard. In turn, I generally feel compelled to remind you that I know what I'm doing. Okay, that's good. 3. Painting, oils, late 19th century, artist unknown. Moonlit view of snowy city. Contemporary label identifies it as Abydos uncrowned. Standard assessments clearly indicated significant oniric hazard. Destroyed. Incineration. Is that, I mean, oniric? Oh, related to dreams. Diaries of Lord Franklin Bancroft, 1762 to 1770. 1889 Cater and Sons reprint. I am well aware that the branch depository contains the mandated 2 copies of this edition, and that I would normally be expected to consign it to the flames. However, my good friend Dottore Robigo has argued persuasively that they contain material important to my work here. Retained. Moriabolic mirror, composition unknown. Clear and immediate oniric hazard. Destroyed. Pulverization in the absence of light. Dilution. 4. A child's treasury of golden afternoons. Jacob Gristwood. Clearly, I am aware of the standing incineration order on this work, but this may be the only copy still in existence, and the scolecosophic resources available to the branch are frankly embarrassing in their paucity. After a detailed examination, not to mention discussion with my very good friend, the Dottore, I have determined that it is much too valuable to be destroyed. Retained. 7. Fantastical triptych, oil, 16th century. Prodigious enthroned mass adored by kneeling figures, vibrant depiction of heterodox Christian harvest festival. Standard assessments, when suitably interpreted, indicate negligible oniric hazard, and it was through this work that I made the acquaintance of my very good friend, Dottore Robigo. Retained. Gosh, this is hard. This is hard reading. 8. Silver hand, life-sized, inscription, probably antique Persian. So I guess this is what they're talking about on the previous letter. Standard assessments suggest minor oniric hazard. However, given this operation's urgent need for funds, I have determined that the scrap value of the piece outweighs its sale to the public. Retained for sale and expenses recouped. 9. 3 10-year vital extension bond documents, stolen decades, with reckoner markings. The suspicious longevity of the De Furas de Ortuccio was, you recall, one of the concerns that justified the seizure operation. That longevity is neatly explained by a reckoner connection and other documentary evidence. Not material to an A&S report. Also, that longevity is neatly explained by a reckoner connection and other documentary evidence, not material to an A&S report, also supports this conclusion. Despite recent developments, see below, I am inclined to forward this evidence to you as a professional courtesy. I have, however, resolved to retain the vital extension bonds for my own use. My physical development proceeds admirably, but I am approaching a critical stage at which I must take all necessary means to sustain my health. Retained for personal use. Approved. 10. Desiccated organic material, probably amniotic membrane. Coal. It certainly tastes like birth. Standard assessments indicate significant oniric hazard. My invaluable friend Dottore Robigo has suggested a safer procedure than incineration. Incorporated into abdomen? I have become impatient as I write, and in any case I have rarely known you to pay my reports the attention they deserve. This concludes my report. A personal note follows. I now tender to you my immediate and vigorous resignation. On somber reflection, Superintendent Winford, I am appalled that I permitted myself to be involved for so long in the illegal operations of the British government. In a sovereign and noble nation, in a myopic and ignoble cause, under the orders of man as minimal and sluggish as yourself. I permitted myself to be involved for so long in the illegal operations of the British government in a sovereign and noble nation, in a myopic and ignoble cause, under the orders of as minimal and sluggish as yourself. I have expropriated the funds originally provided for nocturnal branch operations in Italy. With the assistance of the provincial authorities, and of course of dear Dottore Robigo, I am using those funds to endow a scolecoscopy department at the Università Velletri? I'm probably botching that. The Dottore and I have resolved that to minimize troublesome interference, will operate publicly as a department of mycology. Now that I am free to your pettifogging and pious interference, I intend to expand both physically and mentally to the fullest possible extent. I hope that in light of the information I have chosen to share here, you will reconsider the static and sterile mode in which you have so long developed, and address yourself instead to the possibilities of a more growth-oriented philosophy. Should you need my assistance in this alteration, you are welcome to visit my new department in Velletri, where I and your most excellent friend, and my most excellent friend, Dottore Robigo, will tender you to our most urgent and productive assistance. Yours, whatever that is. Elizabeth Adams Stratton, I guess, says at the bottom. Okay. Good heavens. Alright. Let's do the next one. So, 1906. 77 winks. Hotel Stefani, Leon. January 15th-ish? January 15th-ish? 1906. Proprietor W.V. Drayton, Cartner Strasse 28... Strasse 28, 10, 10. Dear Serena, got your book. Pretty good condition, too. But blurred around the edges. But the little fellow's taking good care of it. Not what I expected, though. Ooh. Rum business all around. Is that not what I expected, though? The rum business all around. Tell you how it was. Trail in Venice, long, cold, obviously. They still tell stories about old Huckerbold. Say the place is cursed now, but it's mostly cursed with rising damp. Don't know how anyone lives there. Anyway, no trace, so I thought, all night. D, my girl, get your head down. D? Is that just D? My girl, get your head down. Get 77 winks. See if the Sage Knight's entertaining. He'll know what's what. Reading this and thinking, come on, D. You know better than that. Sage Knight's a bit high in the manses to be talking to raw prophets, what? Oh, jeez. You're reading this and thinking, come on, D, you know better than that. Sage Knight's a bit high on the manses to be talking to raw prophets, what? But here's the thing, Sage Knights knows the odd ivories. Sage Knights know the odd ivory. Ivories know the odd... Thirstly? Yeah, Thirstleys know raw prophets. So I'll put the word out. Sage Knight's in a helpful sort of mood, so we both have a cup of that wine. So we both have a cup of that wine of his, and then another cup, and then another cup, and we get to gossiping. He's all night for a name. Shame he doesn't keep proper part, even dream part. Proper past? Maybe even dream past. But he's all night for a name. I wake up and I pop out for a dawn smoke and a bit of the old practice, and when I get back inside, an address written on the mirror. Not bad for a name at all. Address is in Vienna. Now you know how I feel about Vienna. Never quite comfy there since all that with the club. But I think Serena's a good sort. Owe her a favor or two. Not so far on the train. Off I pop. Vienna, 2 days on. Find the address. Have a snout about. Have a snout about, you know. See what's what. Nasty little den. Full of the wrong sort. And they've got their own little shrine for the raw prophet. Sage Knight gave me its name. I tried to write its name. Won't fit in this alphabet. Let's call him Propsy. Little cult for Propsy. Now you know me, Serena. Now you know me, Serena. Live and let live. All sorts. But a shrine to something like Propsy. I always thought it's like building a shrine to the lamb chop. You've seen prophets, haven't you? They look like a horse stepped on a starfish, but bigger. But dashed odd thing, Propsy's not a bad sort. Can't talk, of course, but the little fellow can write. And I don't just mean write like I'm writing this letter. Express itself, put its point of view, sort of thing. I mean, it's a calligrapher. Dashed good calligrapher. Every one of those little tentacle things, good as a Japanese paintbrush. Where does it get the ink, you're wondering? Aren't you, Serena? But be glad I'm not telling you. Long story short, Propsy reckons it wrote the history of inks. Reckons it was stolen. Reckons all of the worst about HH. Sorry, Serena. So we had a good old chat, and I did knock it about a little bit, but we agreed in the end, and it gave me the look back, but it wanted paying. Seemed fair enough, and I've added a line to my bill for that. Bit of a... Bit of a nem... I don't even... New? Bit of a new, I'm afraid. Bit of a... I can't even read that. Bit of a new, I'm afraid. Try not to kick. Sure you won't. No, you're a good sort. So here you go. Bill, book. All we're missing is a candle. All we're missing is a candle. Haha. Will you buy again for the equinox? Could use your help on a thing with the mausoleum. And the club, actually. Bit of a business there. Pip pip. D. P.S. Propsy wants proper attribution. Name in the catalogue. Of course, can't write its name here. Won't fit in this alphabet. Hope you can sort that out. Might cause a bit of a stink if not. Leave it with you. Best of luck. Alright. So that was 1906, now to 1924, after the war, I guess. Dubois, Dr. Dubois, yeah, so that's Dr. Dubois, December 20th, 1922. At least stamped up here, December 20th, 1922. Office of the Curia, Hush House Brankrug, June 22nd, 1924. Detective Ostieri Pender. Thank you for your time last week and for your patience. I've reviewed your requests for limitation. Most are acceptable to the Curia, some are not. In this letter I've outlined our objections. Hope that we can find common ground and an acceptable compromise. Nix Abolix, you marked as suppress. No arguments here. Quite frankly, I don't know how it ever made it to the main collection. We don't need any more worms in the world. I mention this only to say what we do, despite our differences, appreciate the Bureau's efforts and contributions. On the other hand, my most violent enterprise you marked as restrict. That's a little extreme. I really don't think it even merits an advise. The contents are certainly pretty despicable, but if enterprise is limited, we are going to have to revise classification for a great many other equally despicable items. The function of Hush House is not to protect, but to preserve. The Almanac of Entrances you marked as suppress. I can see the risks, but I don't believe suppression is merited. We'll agree to restrict. Augcor tis slack Augcor you marked as restrict. I understand your concerns, but the author has not been witnessed abroad in the world for at least 2 centuries, and can reasonably be considered defunct. I'll allow advise, and will revise to restrict if the author is ever verifiably reported active again. A Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons you marked as expunge. This is a proposal we would consider only in the most extreme circumstances. The text is already categorized contain. I discussed with a librarian, and we are confident that the theoplasmic contamination, which is, I grant, quite advanced, can be purged. If it can't, then we will consider the expunge. The Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons, wasn't that one of the books mentioned earlier? Codex Acephalus, marked as contain. I agree that this is a reasonable request, and once again I wanted to thank you for drawing it to our attention. As a matter of fact, the contamination has also reached the neighboring texts, the Radical Measure and In the Mallory, and we're going to mark those contain too, pending review. The History of Inks. This pops up a lot. You marked as suppress. Now this is not the first nor indeed the second time that the Suppression Bureau has taken issue with this book, and I do see your point. Some of the inks are extremely significant, but with all due respect, Hush House has its purpose, as you must know, and the Suppression Bureau's place is not to question that purpose. Your suppression request is denied. My patience is wearing thin. If I see another such request for history in future years, I will take up the matter with our patrons. The Kerisham Portolan. Suppress. I don't think so. Blackwoods Magazine, January 1922. Restrict. I assume this is some sort of joke. I must assure you that no one in the Curia is laughing. Yours sincerely, Dr. Serena Blackwood, DD OFSB. So that was the person who was So that's the Serena from the previous letter. The letter was addressed to Serena, I suppose. 1925, next 1 year later. Nicodrome? Queen of the Mountain Hotels, Berengia Hotel. Limassol, Easter, 1925. Gwen, dear, I won't make it to Alex this time. Sorry. Flutter myself, you'll be disappointed. But your ma thinks I'm a bad influence, so silver lining, eh? And I'll answer the questions I can here. You wanted to know about the invisible arts and the great arts, and if there's a difference. Had to think about this one. Suppose an invisible art is any art that the Suppression Bureau wants to lock up, and the great arts can't count. But you can argue about what counts as an invisible art, and no one argues about what counts as a great art. No one who matters anyway. Okay, so you can argue what's an invisible, but no one argues about what counts as a great art. Okay. So the 9. 3 bright, 3 night, 3 unregarded. The nights are nicodromy, scolocoscopy, hushery. The brights are horomachistry? And that one I can never spell right. That's sort of Persian one. Oh geez, so the brights are horomachistry, and that one I can never spell right. And that's sort of Persian one. Unregardeds are a bit in for a dig. Tell you the truth. I'm a fair nicodromist, smattering of some of the rest. But my nicodromist means I've sharpened up my pet. Know my way around the house in the wood, how to catch 77 winks, how to cut corners through the world without getting in trouble. Bit about thresholds, bit about the sea powers, a little bit of vac, but vac makes my teeth twitch. Don't know how up on your anatomy you are, maybe? Let's the bit you poke into the manses when you go, sort of like poking your tongue in someplace special. Tell you what, wish I hadn't written that, thinking about crossing it out. Memory serves, last time you asked me if I was an adept, I started trying to explain. Your ma got frosty. I didn't want to cause a stink, changed the topic. So look, no one's got any business calling himself an adept unless he's been through the stag door, and most of them are him, you know how it is. But not everyone who's been through the stag door is an adept. I'm not. Adept's a state of mind, I suppose. Scholars know things, adepts do things. Except scholars also do things, and adepts know things. And I can do things, and I wouldn't call myself an adept. I suppose I don't mind getting my hands dirty, state of mind. But don't say magician, Gwen, dear. Magicians are trade, or rabbit botherers. Don't know which is worse. Come to think about it, invisible arts are an adept thing, and a great arts are a scholar's thing. But put it like that, adepts are the ones Suppression Bureau locks up, and scholars are the ones they don't. They try to lock me up now and then, but I've made it pretty clear I'm not having it. My advice, honestly, is to stay away from the whole business. Far away. So why am I in it? Because I couldn't stay away from it. And if you can't either, you won't. And that's how you'll know. And that's how it'll be. My other advice, read 2 books on scolocoscopy so you know what you're staying away from, and then stay away from the rest of it. And if you're going to sharpen up your own pet, make sure you dampen down your ghost, I guess? Or beef up... Dampen down your ghost or beef up your tryst. Because you'll stick out like a nun in a you-know-what. Never think the house is safer than the wood. Better lit is all. Lots of love. Daymare. That must be the D from the previous one. 4 years later, 1929, The Sea and the Tide. The Sweet Bones. Sea? June 28th, 1929. My dear Christopher, I am so sorry. I would very much like to help, but I deeply regret that I cannot, and I am afraid in any case that you've been terribly misled. The matter is a complex one, but I know how your heart must ache, so I wanted to begin by making it clear at once that I cannot do what you ask of me. Now I will explain why. I know the ink that you describe. It exists. I shouldn't. It exists. I shouldn't tell you even that for the sake of our own friendship. I ask you to burn this letter after reading. The ink is called here Incanstum tier? Minel. Oh gosh, Incanstum tier Minel? Maybe? And it is a great treasure of the house. Its making is a closely guarded secret. Its use by any but the librarian is punished without mercy. When we become aware of delinquencies or abuse, you dispatch the time takers in their ultimate mode. Even I could not frivolously lay hands upon a sample without suffering the severest consequences. But more importantly, the incanstum is not what you have come to believe. I have no idea what that word is. Encostrum is not what you have come to believe. Yes, it is used to create the histories, which is why it is so carefully guarded, but it has no power in itself. It cannot change the past. I do not think it is even possible to change the past. Not in the sense you mean. Good heavens, this is difficult. There are many histories, as you yourself have written. The hours of the manses determine what events are considered a history, and which histories are braided into the future in which you will read and burn this letter. But the hours are not all-knowing, nor infallible. I do not think it is even accurate to call them gods, although we so often revert to that convention. I do not believe, and for this I am grateful, that there are such things as gods. They do not take direction, but they have been known to take advice. You may know that Hush House lies under the hand of certain hours. I have no wish to draw their attention, so I will not name them, but they are most of them those who seek to preserve the world as it is. In our smaller way, that is also the goal of our curia. The librarian of the house is provided with texts that qualify as material. The uninterstices elements of protohistory. Is that even a word? Interstices? It is. Interstices. A space that intervenes between things, especially between closely spaced things. So, the uninterstices elements of protohistory, and they make their curations, I guess? It's kind of messed up. Yeah, curations and determinations upon it. When they make this... Yeah, it's curations and determinations in the in custom terminal. The hours take note. And they value the librarian's opinion, if the librarian is of sufficient significance. So that is all the in custom ENCAUSTUM, maybe? In custom can do. When it is used in the right way, by the right person in the right circumstances, it can draw the attention of the hours. And that is a very considerable thing, but it's not something you could use, and if it were, it would not have the effect you would desire. I am sorry, my friend, she is lost to you. I can offer you only this slender comfort, one that you love, that for which she so dearly wished, and you had your reasons not to follow, and those reasons I think are very noble. You cannot change the choices you have made. None of us can. But I earnestly believe that you both made choices you should not regret. The sea does not regret the tide, and after the tide withdraws, something always remains, which we call memory. In very deep affection, your friend, T. I guess. T? Yes, I know I can be an old bone, but for a third time, I must beg you to burn this letter. An old bore. Burn this letter. Obviously it didn't get burned. Okay, cool. It's 1929, 1930, A Visitor's Guide. One year later, Hush House. Visitor's Guide, 1930. Hush House, by the Reverend Timothy MacDonald. Visitor's Guide, revised and brought up to date, June 1930. Price, 4d. Is there? Maybe I can... Yeah, that's better. Introduction. Dear visitor, I would like to welcome you to Hush House, one of the unexpected treasures of our Cornish coast. I have set aside considerable time to research the 1,500 years of its history, and I am pleased to share the fruits of my researches with you. The history of the house is complicated and can be bewildering to the uninitiated. To ease you in, I have identified 5 distinct periods or phases in Hush House's history. Access to Hush House is by appointment. Please inquire at the rectory. I regret that tours are not possible at high tide on church holidays or while the moon is visible in the sky. All proceeds from the sale of this booklet or donation to tours will be donated to the St. Ronwen Trust for the advancement of education. Dawn Phase. In the 6th century, the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes called also the Abbey of the White Crow, is established as a double foundation of monks and nuns, surprisingly common in those dark ages. 599 AD is traditionally celebrated as the date of the abbey's foundation, though I believe the island church of Our Lady Beneath, regrettably unsafe to visit due to flooding and subsidence, dates from the 3rd century. The abbey was subject to Danish raids on at least 2 occasions in the 9th century, although the raiders are also recorded as mercenaries quartered here against the incursions of Egbert of Wessex. One raider apparently becomes a brother of the abbey under the name Thomas, and later rises to become abbot. Abbot Thomas evidently finds it difficult to leave his savage past behind, and dies in circumstances too violent for me to describe here. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Solar Gothic Phase. The splendid abbey church we see today, St. Brandan's, dates from the 11th century. The Watchman's Tower and its fortified gatehouse were built in wood as a protection against Saxon rebels after the conquest. They were later rebuilt in stone after the abbey gave shelter to a tree brought from Normandy by the new Earl of Cornwall. The tree is said to flower white, black, and red in consecutive springs. Perhaps if you keep a sharp eye out, you can identify one of its descendants. Its substantial expansion in the 3rd century was funded by an endowment from the Eva of de Barros, a noble lady of the Marches whose husband was hanged under undignified circumstances. The solarium and chapter house date from this point. St. Brandan's is by now established as a centre of learning and healing, and no doubt they were of assistance to Lady de Braus in some manner. The Winter Tower, later called the Long Tower, dates from 1322. Curiously, the same year as the collapse of the Tower of Ely Cathedral. Ely Cathedral, I guess, Ely. The tower stands alone in the gardens and is fortified to no obvious end. I have examined what remains of its frescoes, and I believe it was built in dedication to the sun before dawn, according to the pre-Reformation solar traditions. The Barber's Tower was constructed in 1450 to house the healer Natan of Regensburg as a sanctuary or perhaps a prison, since Natan is a learned but a Hebrew gentleman, and his people are regrettably unwelcome in the Kingdom of England at this time. The Crucible Tower dates from a little later. The fire of 1929 has left this tower unsafe, and I recommend strongly against close inspection. Baronial phase. In 1537, as part of King Henry's reforms, John Tregonwell is appointed to investigate St. Brendan's. He uncovers evidence of indulgent, corrupt, and scandalous behavior. The monastery is dissolved, and the Isle of Bran Krug is granted to Hendrik Dewulf, one of Tregonwell's captains, formerly a Guelder's mercenary. De Wolf is clearly an uneducated and violent man, but he suppresses a local rebellion with intemperate brutality. One story tells of a local oracle who places a curse on De Wolf in revenge. There will be no seventh of his line. De Wolf has the man dragged before him, tells him there will be no second of yours, and unmans the oracle with his own knife. Good unmans, okay. Well, that's a new way of saying that. Nevertheless, the De Wolfs grow more temperate over time. They treat the Abbey Church with respect, and their seat, Bran Krug House, is the core of their other buildings that grace the Isle today. Thomas de Wolf, the second Baron, is nicknamed Baron Silence by the poets and playwrights of London. This, I believe, may be the origin of the later Hush House moniker. Thomas restores the Watchman's Tower and builds an observatory there in 1576, with some foresight since the Great Comet passed in 1577. His son Giles runs away with a Bristol girl, though he and his father are ultimately reconciled. The Bristol girl, named Haffren, has the pale hair and eyes notable in the later De Wolfs. The third Baron, Walter, remodels much of his interior of Brankrug House. Many of his innovations have been lost beneath later work, but you can still admire the grand ascent that unites the house's various levels. Walter supports King Charles in the Civil War, but in 1648, Walter's son Brian is hanged for treason that same king's men. Walter's heart bursts with sorrow, and his son post-mortem receives special dispensation to be buried with his father. You may see their gravestones to this day, just to the west of the church. In the 1650s, the fourth Baron, Musgrave, the Lamb de Wolf, restores the Winter Tower as a residence for Julian Cousselet, the scholar and antiquary, who assists with the cataloguing and expansion of the library. Musgrave's son, Gideon, is wickedly nicknamed the Motley Baron for his odd and brindled appearance, and so the Motley Tower, once the Barber's Tower, wins its name. The sixth and last Baron is Valentine, an eccentric gentleman who builds the Gulskry Tower to house his aviary collection. When Valentine falls to his death from the tower top, his daughter Eva inherits the estate at the age of 19. Educated visitors will already know the name of Eva de Wolf, the Pale Lady, who cuts quite the figure at court. Alas, she is engaged to a rapscallion named Abraham Wheelock, who abandons her at the altar. Eva returns to Brankrug to recover and is not seen at court again. However, 3 days after her departure, Wheelock's body is found on the beach near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a waxed pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheelock, whose contents seem to show that he is a spy in the pay of Austrians. I suspect the matter has been over-egged, but Lady Eva would no doubt have found it all something of a relief. Lady Eva never marries. She opens her library and draws visitors from across Europe and beyond. Some of these visitors are selected by peculiar and exacting criteria to attend sophisticated feasts in her Hall of Division. Others are drawn by Lady Eva's reputation for scholarship, including the notorious Franklin Bancroft, whose deep friendship with Eva inspires wicked gossip. The Curia phase. In 1759, the Lady Eva's heir, Captain Sebastian de Wolf, is drowned in battle against the French at Quiberon Bay. Lady Eva comes to a tragic end, and the de Wolf line ends. Brankrug House is all but abandoned, and the caves beneath the island become a smuggler's haunt. But in 1785, a group of scholars acquires the deed to the de Wolf estate, establishing the Curia of the Isle as an institution for the preservation of knowledge. Ambrose Westcott, Kit Mazarine, Solomon Husher, all these names and it fades out. Okay. 1932. A proposition at noon. Hotel Ciervo, Mendicant Street, Port Noon. April 12th, 1932. Christopher, darling, here I am in Port Noon, although the locals prefer plain noon. It's smaller than I expected, but I suppose most things are. The manse is accepted. I spent the morning poking around. The houses are white, and the hills are green, and the air is golden, and the sea won't settle on one color. The sun is punishing. I've bought a bigger hat. And this afternoon I saw the spring. I'd expected it to be better guarded, but I suppose the locals are guard enough. The power and cutting and history downstairs in the hotel bar just now is probably enough to mop up half the lodges on the continent. But there was a rusty iron fence, an unlocked gate, a sign which needs repainting. I didn't drink. I'm in no hurry to be forgotten, nor did I take a sample. I wasn't alone. I know what you're going to say. Be careful, and I am being careful, but everyone here seems so old. I don't mean they look old, they all look long, which is to say they all have the limber bodies of well-kept gentry on the precipice of late middle age, but they move with caution and speak with deliberation, and they do like to reminisce. We had thought of noon as exile, but it's more like retirement. They always pay their respects to the sun here. At dawn they'll lift a glass of tea or a coffee cup, and at sunset they will pour out a little wine. It's not exactly a religious effect. It's more like the due one owes an absent friend. Talking of which, I hear that our acquaintance is still on the island. She lives in the hills, but she comes into town for tinned goods and toiletries. I have enough funds to wait for a couple of weeks. If she makes an appearance, I'll put our proposition to her, and if she doesn't, well, I'll think of something. I am being careful. I know you don't believe me, but I set the locks and draw the wards each night before I think of you. Kisses. T.G. Oh, of course, the very last one is in plain formatting. So I could have just... Oh my gosh. I could have just... Nice. Salutiferous. That was the word. Huckbold of Possind. Kissing of the twins, Maruvium, Penetted. Actually, I think I did it decently well. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Oh, got it. The palace door. Illumination. Kusgai musket. Captain Forbes regiment. Okay, that was correct. Foolishness, foolishness. I have not told you of my Yetu. Okay, yeah. The Shah from Herat. Menander, not Meander. Menander. That's the horse's name. Shahpur's lesson. Carlingford. Okay, that was actually typed, so that wasn't a problem. Afterward, at the turn of the century, the nocturnal branch of the Metropolitan Police was responsible for protection against troubles unseemly and occult. With the fallout from the Rotuccio incident, the branch was dismantled, its functions absorbed into the Civilian Suppression Bureau. Huh. Okay. This was a pain to read. I guess I should have. Prop C. Okay, so Prop C was correct. Pip pip. Well, this would have been a lot helpful. Oh well, it's fine. All right. Well, that's all of the previous texts. I did not expect that much things, but that's interesting to know and to see. All right. I guess so. Back to this. So I really don't know what this game is about, really, if I'm fair. Okay, Brandkrug, March 17th, 1936. So this would be 3 years after the Proposition at Noon, and 6 years after the Visitor's Guide. There's been no librarian at Hush House since the fire, 7 years now. Oh, the fire in 1929. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brandkrug are treacherous. Okay. The cold comes first. Thunder growling. Waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There's something in my hand. Well, half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. Oh! Oh! It's ticking down. Memory storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky, and one's thoughts from one's skull. This is a bit esoteric, isn't it? I drowned a book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this item. Hover over them to learn more. Thing. This gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to thing. Ooh, that's a good quote. Readable. These are the worst things to put in your eyes than this. It began before this book. It'll end when I do. Soaked in peril of dissolution, intervene quickly, but not hastily. Oh, that's nice. Okay. There are storms great enough, so like this heart. The heart, relentless, beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that contains and preserves. Sky, windstorm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. Memory. Something remembered might be something understood. Memories can be used to help with crafting and to upgrade skills. Memories disappear each dawn, except persistent ones. So use your memories, I guess. Alright. Shivers rack my soaked body. Right. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. Malady. Something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened. There can be serious consequences if they go untreated. Soaked. Peril of dissolution. Okay. The cold comes first. Okay. Okay, so these are all the... Okay. I guess these are all the things you can... Thunder growling, waves pounding. And finally me, sprawled on the sodden beach. Okay. Oh, history, memories and lessons, elements of the soul, skills and languages, sundries. Okay, you can just pull that up. Oh, I thought that popped. Okay. What do I have left to salvage? Anything that matches the aspects below can go in this slot. So, element of the soul, memory, and soaked. So, I guess do this. What is this? This is... Oh, that's interesting. So salvage... Oh, okay, so you... Okay, so you can't salvage a memory. It's okay. Okay, so in this case, it'll have to be the book. So this is timed, so I guess this would have to go first. So perhaps it would help me put the pieces together. So what's left? There was a storm, it smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book and the sea seized me. Then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug. Or, the book's in bad shape and I'm not much better. We're both in need of a warm, dry, safe place, and soon. Okay. Oh, you can't, I can't start that. Okay, so it has, I remember. Okay, so this is, oh, remember, okay, so you need a okay, you can't. Okay, let's try that then. Okay. And Brandkrug was where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? Okay, let's put that back. Memory, chore. Chore is exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Do those mean something to me? Okay. Memory, fet. Fet is part that is part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? Okay. Memory, shapt. Shapt is eloquence and also understanding. The door opens both ways. Is my soul open to knowledge? What do I have left to work with? Okay. Alright. Brandkrug Village, sanctuary in the storm. We'll need help to climb the cliffs in the dark. The locals suspicious of outsiders. More than ever so since the restoration and the new king. To go in this slot, an object must match sky and assistance. And if it has skeptical, it can't go in this. Okay, so I can't unlock that yet. Tidal flats. Okay, so this one, okay, so must match this, and it should match one of these two, 2 and 2, and this cannot have lit. Okay, Alright, then what do I do here? So, salvage memories. Chore. Chore was exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Okay, let's do all this then. Okay. The human soul has 9 parts. Exuberance, let's see. Okay, so let's go with the journal. So okay. The human soul has 9 parts. Its exuberance, enthusiasm, instinct all arise from that part of the soul we call chore. Is my chore strong? Cover this. The other 2 possibilities will be lost to the sea for now. Fet is that part of the soul that dreams. Is my fet strong? Humans' eloquence and understanding rise from that part of the soul we call shapt. Is my shapt strong? So which of these 3 should I go for? Let's see. Speak, exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Can't put that in there, okay. Okay, I remember. How about chore? Well, what do I get here? Okay. Should I go chore, fet, or shapt? I think... No, let's... Yeah, no, let's go with... Yeah, let's do that. No. You know what, I'm not even sure. You know what? Let's go with fet. Why not? Memory Faust. Faust is light, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glorious gifts. Is my soul a bright soul? Metal is the capacity for meaningful choice. Did I prove my metal? Fet. More fet. Oh, that's elements of the soul. Okay. Oh, so I get that because I guess that's what I did. Memory Arab. Arab is pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Do those passions burn in me? Wist. Wist is the name, the memory. That part which remains is important to me that things endure. Soul. The rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to know new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. Forms. Okay, so I remember. So the first there's 3, there's 4, so that's 7. Sight, perception, inspiration, all the glorious gifts. Foster the light within. Sight, perception, inspiration. Choose a strong Faust and a past with a pursuer who can see the light within you. The waves will wash away the others for now. Metal is the soul's temporary will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes a right choice. Arab is the shadow in the soul's cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. Wist. Wist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on the cornerstone. What remains after the rest that has passed. Name the memory. I kind of want this one. So Faust. The light within, sight, perception, and inspiration. What remains of me? Light. Perhaps here I will find safety from what follows me. What was that, exactly? First things first, I remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary, if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. An old friend's address, so that is sundries, okay. Examine, appreciate, catalog. Should dry this book out before trying to read it. Okay. Okay, so now you have consider Shalt Brandkrug village must be nearby. But it's hard going, dragging my sick body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Memory fear. Oh, above me atop the cliffs lies Brandkrug village. If I ever reach it in the storm, but only if I can muster my remaining strength to find help. Interacting with a slot will highlight cards and objects which will go there. Okay. Okay, so consider goes into... Okay, so... It flashes. So I could do... Fet there. Well, let's... Consider... Oh no, can't use that yet. So it needs to be dried. Then in this case, consider... An old friend's address. That's not... Oh, okay, I can't use that. So this... Bet, okay. Did I dream of this beach and this wind? If I did, I might remember the path that I took in that dream. A path which brought me light. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, fatigued. Okay. At last, the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face looms out of the night. Fisherman's assistance. A fisherman from Brandkrug village. He can guide me up the cliff path if he trusts me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this card. Hover over them to learn more. Moon, secrets are soft, night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. Skeptical, trust can be brought and earned. Assistance. Reluctant. Oh, so he's all three of these things. So up here, when it said it could not have skeptical, so I can't put that in. Oh, but it has to have these two. So I have to remove the skeptical from this guy. Okay. Is that how this is going to work? Okay. So yeah, no, it's alright, whatever. Still can only do that. So okay, now to speak. The only one left here is Fisherman says, "Come no closer. What's thy business?" A name. There's someone who might vouch for the villagers. Okay, so this is an introduction. Even in this remote place, one can meet new friends or make new enemies. Okay, so this is an introduction and a lantern. Okay. Life is a pure flame. We live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it. Or... Oh, okay, so that actually lights up the aspects of it. Okay, oh, that's useful. Okay. Be someone that'll speak for you. Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners, but there is someone in Brandkrug that I know. Oh, I'm slowly I'm dying! I guess I should have paused it. Take you to the cliffs, then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Use him to unlock Brandkrug village. Okay. What can I do here, then? Okay, I already did that, so suspicion allayed already. Okay. So this is locked up here, St. Brandon's Cove. And so then here... Okay, I need an assistance. Okay, and then this one is... unlock. Berkabit Bridge. Huh. Little power lines all over the place. The Smith. Oh! Okay, so you can... Post office locked. Okay. The Sweet Bones. Looks like a pub. Okay. Directory locked. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, this housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasm getting him in trouble with the new King's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with Lantern Knocker Sky. Perhaps someone who shares his interests in theology or poetry. Denzel Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. You need an introduction or mutual acquaintance marked with Edge, Forge, or Heart. Someone who in a similar trade, or someone who can appeal to a secret passion for saffron cake. Post resistance may have something for me once I know what to ask for. After the restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. A sea of hostile faces. Smoky room. Front steps. Okay. Oh, that's cute. I like the sky. So it's raining. Okay. What are we looking here? Midwife and handy woman. Coffins and cradles. Mrs. and Mr. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. You must have one of these. Cannot have reluctant. Okay. Effort and knowledge clamber up the long reaches of the moors behind the village, lean into the wind's fluttering fist. If I know what to look for, I might find something among the rocks. Okay. Now that I'm here, what do I... Okay. Mist-cloaked bridge. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, and then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but that doesn't mean it's new. Hutch House has been empty for 7 years. Those 7 years have rendered the bridge perilous. Okay. Then what? Now that I have access to the... Okay. So, Who is this? First I heard rank with the Reverend Timothy for years. I've been exchanging with... Oh, I can find shelter under his roof once I reach... Okay, so... Here we go. The door opens a few... Okay, so if I put that... Alright. The door opens a few cautious inches. Who's there, I say? Who's there? Stormwind plucks at you, plucks at the door, shakes the trees around the house. So this needs essential. Must be element of the soul and soaked. So that's this. Element of the soul and soaked. Okay, well. The Reverend staggers back as if he'd received a blow, and then he's bombarding me with terrified, delighted questions before I'm even through the door. Clergyman distrait. This is an odd game. Takes shelter at the rectory. Reverend Timothy flutters fussily while Terence, the housekeeper, busies herself with practicalities. She shows me to a warm room at the top of the house, where a fire is already made up. Health is failing, find somewhere to warm up. Memory, foresight, wits forge, and fire blast means press and screw. Meanings press and screw. Coleridge on Don's poetry. Okay. Well, I guess that is processing. Oh. After the storm approaching dawn, the stars have struggled through the storm rags of cloud, but they retreat now as the dawn approaches. Dawn. At this time, the sisters of the Abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of the Aurora. Does this go to next completed? Go to threshold. Okay. Well, I guess leave that running. Spring wold rat worms. Reverend Timothy is touchingly excited to meet his correspondent in person. I'm still too exhausted to hold up my end of the conversation, and Terence is not a talkative woman, but the Reverend can talk for 3. At last, however, he realizes how exhausted I am and lets me sleep. Katie! The dwelling place of the soul, the 9th of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. Get it. Get it, get it. Get it. Get it, get it. Get it. Mo. Get it, kisses. 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 Get it, get it, get it. Get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Too bad. Shade is on your tower. You can't go up there. Well, if you weren't a shit, maybe you could share this tower, but you're a shit. Alright, Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him. His thoughts always catch up. So, in the study, so that would be here. So I would need element of the soul. Lantern, knock, fatigued. Lantern or knock, which I don't think I have. Well, this should be dry now. Oh, okay, so... Gypsy! Already, you're starting shit. Okay, you know what, you're... All right, let's see. All right. Okay. So, okay, so I need lantern or knock. That's to be an element of soul, so if it has to be an element of soul, then the only one that applies is going to be lantern or knock, and I only have the lantern, so this has to be it. Okay, start. Assistance from Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So the topic can be, Reverend Timothy is not a man to miss an opportunity of conversation, so the whole business takes longer than it might. But he's anxious to help. Okay. Phosphate. Okay. Scaled binding has survived the soaking well enough. Okay, and so then consider some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Francis Bacon. Studying requires effort. You'll always need a suitable soul card first. Oh dear. Okay. The rose which encompasses the 9 directions to new horizons. What is this? Okay, so there's nothing to be considered here. Okay. Okay, nothing matches here. So then... Okay, I think I'm getting it. So I need an introduction. I don't think I can do anything anymore. So health, art, nectar, green wealth of the world's veins to pulse all the seasons. As long ago, some called this principle blood. Scale, hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue. What is left to the crude powers of the deep earth? Occupant, acquisitive soul element with this aspect can be placed in a guest bed to occupy it for a while. I guess. Okay. Talk to someone else, usually. Usually. That's funny. Okay, cool. Well, there's nothing more I can really do then. This needs this assistance and must have forged lantern or sky. So I'm going to need help with this. So that means I might need to come here. Yeah, heart forge edge. cannot be one of these. I guess maybe we'll just wait then? We'll recover at dawn unless you find a faster means of recovery. Okay, so... Well, there's not much else to be done. Can't do anything here. Nothing here either. Okay. Nothing here either. And nothing here either. Okay. But what's this? What's down here then? Guidance. Tidal flats. Nope, nothing there. I guess just wait. Morning. Midday. For the Great Division, this is the 6th hour. Now the priestly attempts the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, as long as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. The little hour called Nons, when the doors of the manses are most tightly closed. For the secular, the hours when we may anticipate tea or celebrate it. Dusk. Light from day, silver from gold. The vesper hour, when the priests would honor the rising of the evening star, Mensiket. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Daybreak, memories fade, assistant departs, and okay. So still these all require I guess I could have done that. Postmark in Wales a week ago. Letter to me from the St. Ronald's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House, probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. 10-shilling note. Half a pound, but not half a pound, but not half a note. A recent innovation. Alright. I've got money. Postmistress keeps the gate to the wide world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. I like these wordings. Oh, this busts open, okay. So this breaks up the, okay, we'll do that. Set that going. That still needs an introduction. This does not need an introduction. Well, no, it needs Cannot be reluctant. So I can probably have to buy... Okay, well, I guess go back to the priest. I'm assuming this is... Yeah, okay. Okay, start. $10 discarnated into lesser coins. A crown, half crown, a florin, and a sixpence. Silver coin of least value, but silver nonetheless. A shilling per side. 2.5 shillings, obviously. 5 shillings, 1/4 of a pound. Okay. I could break that up even... You know what? No. No, that's fine. Leave that open. It's very British. I don't know. It seems to be... so you have these things that you need. So what it seems to be... So you, as all these different things you can click on are unlockable. So for example, like if I want to repair or cross this bridge, I will need something with the assistance trait, and it must have one of these. Not necessarily all of these, but it has one of these. So must have one of these, must have this, can have one, should also have one of these, but not all necessarily all of these, and it can't necessarily have. So for example, it can't be reluctant, and it can't be any of these things. So, but it must have an introduction. So in this case, I asked for assistance from the Reverend. So Faustus fatigued, which... Rector's assistance. Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brankrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Make use of the Rector's help before dawn. Okay. So in this case, so I don't really... Okay. Well, let's unlock this. So let's... Alright. Okay, I guess I can't do that. Soft rain brings life. Grail. Hunger, lust, and the drowning waters. Principle of Grail honors both the birth and the feast. You can make use of these as a memory. Okay. I think it's about exploring the mysteries. Like, this is kind of like an occult thing. Okay, there we go. So now I have access to the bridge, and now I need lodge at the gate. Cottage where the Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. So I need an assistance, knock, heart, or forge. And I don't have any of that. Correct, yeah, this needs to be advanced elements. Well, I've already exhausted Flost. Okay, I don't have anything to go here. Oh, I can... diplomacy of bribery. The eccentric currency of a fallen empire. 1 penny is 4 farthings. 12 pence are 1 shilling, and so on. Okay, so this. The poster system will break larger currency into change, but don't tempt her anger with so mean and small a coin as this. So I wanted to. Okay, so that's the smallest version. Okay, so let's. Okay, so they will only take a florin. Oh, okay, so it's got a number up here, so that's how much it needs to be. Okay, so if I want to go here, pence. So I guess let's do that. No, that won't allow. Okay, let's try that. Let's see how that gets me. I bought a round for everyone and another, and one more for luck. And thus I was accounted not so bad for a foreigner. I'll find a warmer welcome here next time. So I get a shilling back. Memory, solace, peace after trouble. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brankrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. So I'm going to need to buy assistance. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the only way to go, so let's do this. Not much much work on offer in Brankrug, but you can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Oh, okay. I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies, undignified perhaps for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. Or add a coin. Seek unusual help. Okay, what do I need up here then? So if I want to advance... So I need knock, heart, or forge. Well, that might actually... And I don't have anything like that. So, okay. So this forms occupant. Element of the soul, heart, nectar, and scale? Well, let's see what cheap labor is. Okay. 60 seconds. Okay. Okay, that's going to take a minute. Literally. Alright. Fet. What can I use this? This is moth. You're a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. Rose. The rose which encompasseth all. 9 directions to new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. Okay. Okay. Here's an opportunity. On an unusual pilgrimage, an unusual nun. Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. The Sister of the Triple Knot provides... what is this? Those things. And assistance. Talk to her before she leaves if you want to use her services. Okay. Okay, so maybe I can... Oh. Oh! This is someone you can hire for a day. Employable. Oh. Is that... No? Okay, well then what can I do with this? Oh, I'm definitely a bit lost. Alright, Oh, what's the... Oh, there it was all this time. Okay, message for me. Read the letter to reply. And it... Okay. They're right in front of me the entire time. I didn't need to do that. Okay. St. Ronwan's Trust wishes you to congratulate me on my appointment as a librarian of Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited, and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're all set up and ready to receive visitors. The letter concludes, it's signed simply the trustees. Okay. That's not quite... That's not very helpful, is it? Oh, that didn't give me anything. Okay, so I've got all this money. Well, that's not very much money, but it's money nonetheless. No, I don't... I'm definitely lost. I can't go there. I've already exhausted the thing I used there. Front room. Damn, I'm very lost. Okay, so then... Guess I could look at this again, see what's... It's only take 5 seconds, but there's not much I can do in... Or talk. Oh, well, there it is. Okay. I need 24. You know what? Okay, let's break some change. Okay, that's what I needed. Okay. Okay, so that didn't do anything. It's fine, which I didn't actually expect it to. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so then let's hire this lady for a florin. So in this case, maybe I can unlock this. Okay. Alright, okay. So that's going to take me literally 60 seconds. Okay, the tree of wisdom. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, that they disagree on where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Rescue journal. Memories like curled in journal like went to earth. Once you've rescued and read your journal, use it to unlock the tree. Aromachistry, Theostry, Illumination, Hushery, Spectrometry, Scolicoscopy, the Bosque, Preservation, Birdsong. Art? Arts unregarded. Bright arts, bright arts. Huh. Okay. Well. This is... Oh! Nice. Keeper's Lodge. Baronial period. Okay. Basket of clean linen, a nighttime luxury. Dandelion wine, homemade flower wine. Guest bed, lodge, stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in. Make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. A key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. Okay. Straw cushioned chair, upholstered without any particular skill. And cataloged book, baronial. Catalog this to learn more. Shadowless silk, variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the shadowless kings. CNH second flush Assam packet, tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Kager and Hero. Catter and Hero. Sir, plates, cups, and glasses, so what if I want to offer someone wine? I needn't give them the whole bottle. Honey Scar Scented Candle. A candle scented with honey scar jasmine. Okay. So, over here. The Great Gate of the House. The walls of the house tower above me. I have been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there's no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it is in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. Okay. So in this case, I have the key. So let's do that. Let's open the key. It'll be another 60 seconds. And then consider... Okay, so this needed considering. So this goes there. Ooh. This book is probably written around... Okay. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Let's start that as well. Okay, well, let's see where all this goes then. This will be done soon. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. In the Maliary, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. A tally price. A price as the invisible world would reckon it, paid in uncommon currency, like the tokens called sprintre. Mystery lantern. Greater challenges require stronger skills. Readable, thing, subject, Anburian lapidary. Lighting is a little life, and jewels are its eyes. Codex. Pages cover spine knowledge, decently tucked away like organs. Okay. Oh. I don't have any of that. Okay, well, alright. Watchman's Tower Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect the St. Brandon's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. Red deer antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. Yeth-hound horns. In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of the country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. Lingering repose upholsters in a velvet of particular richness and invites the hand. Upholster in a velvet of repose. Okay. Sit down a while, you've earned it. Serena Blackwood, this bust carved from alabaster. The Taggart Outlaw. Thirza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thirza never much cared for what other people liked. Raveling Summer, a dry spell in a still place. Vase of Gorse, as Cornish a plant as any. Okay. Now that we're in. Gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore this. So I need more assistance. Cloistered garden. Can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. So need more assistance. All right, and all my souls are exhausted. One to talk to and nothing to consider, because I'm out of soul. Okay. Well, I guess let that run. I'm assuming there's not much here that I can do. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of things to unlock here then. Oh, that's clever, actually. So now it's dusk. There's not much else I can do. It has fallen, dawn will come soon. So the night is actually super short, I guess, to... Fleeting reminiscence. A moment of time, in another moment it'll be gone. If unused, memories will disappear with the dawn. Oh, I missed what popped up here in the middle. Okay. Kirkobit Bridge. Okay, so let's do some consideration. So there's not much here. No, let's do this instead. Let's hold off on that. So let's continue unlocking. So I need some more help. Still need an introduction. Okay, let's. Meanwhile. No, I might need those a little bit later. Let's do this first. Sunny. The sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling. Cute. Passing by, a poet. The poet has come to the Sweet Bones, seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. The elegiac poet provides these assistants. Talk to him before he leaves if you want to use his services. So it's Moth and Winter. And maybe, well, I don't think I have Moth and Winter. I don't need Forge or Lantern. Or Nectar and Lantern. This needs Winter. But it needs 2 Winter. I think he's only 1 Winter. And he requires another 24. I'm going to burn through all my money. Oh, I forgot to pause it. Good heavens. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna need to break. Well, let's. Well, let's talk to the dude. I need a florin, right? Yeah. Crowcross Sands. Sea's edge. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. Discard objects here. Release beasts or go for a swim. Oh, so you just throw things away. Okay. Maybe you just... that's what you do to throw things... okay. Maybe you need to throw things away. Beachcombing. Take a long walk along the ocean's side. If you know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I don't think I can do anything else here. I already asked for assistance, so... let's consider. Mystery Lantern. Yeah, no, let's wait on that then. So let us consider... let's try that. What does that do? And I need some work, actually. Let's do some work. Okay. I think that's going to be it for the day. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here, to finish my masterwork, my last map. Another fet. Oh! Oh, is this how I get more? Oh, that's good. Okay, good. Okay, maybe that's... oh, okay, I should do that more often then. Okay, so the next one up is going to be... here. Annual labor. And a sixpence, of course. Oh, it combines automatically. How nice. Oh, you can stack them and make... oh. Oh dear, I didn't need to do that. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm the librarian of Hush House. This journal will be my perpetual map. The cartographer's dubious wish, when they came to the house, was to chart a new history in which their impossible map would be possible. You can complete the game by recording any history you might wish to begin your studies with the Nyctometer. Alright. No, kitty. So I still need assistance. Okay. To unlock these areas, but I don't really need... what do you want? No, Chunkies. What are you doing, Chunkies? Actually, while I'm at it, let's do that while we're waiting. There's still time before the dawn. Kitty, what do you want? No. Dawn will come soon. That's it. I only get 2 pence for that. Fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money at least is real. Well, at least I got some of that. two pence. Wow. Okay. Well, and now I know that does not pay well. Okay, so then up here. What if see what that does. Let's get some lettuce. Okay. And let's try this. So let's consider oh. Okay, now I guess I can't do that. Okay, so then difficulty surprises you. Okay, so powers. Fundamental categories of power recognized by scholars of the invisible arts. Find these in soul cards, skills, memories, items. Use them to succeed in studying and crafting challenges. Difficulty, so I need to match tally price and lantern mystery. Okay. Okay. Expertise. Ability, skill, and personal resources. So that would be elemental. Okay, forms. With the natures visible and invisible, use these to understand what you might be able to do with them. Okay. Oh. What if... No, kitty. So, if I do this, and I put that here, and I put that there, and then I steal a shrubbery from in here. Oh, that doesn't work, does it? Okay. No, kitty. Oh, there's some more in here. Oh, there's... Oh! Oh, that's okay. Oh, there's lots of books in here. Okay, so this is a catalog book. A catalog book. Traveling at Night, Volume 1. Oh, okay, so maybe I can grab one of these things. Or not. Well, let's just grab all these books. Why not? No. Okay, well let's keep doing this then. clouds. The rector's assist. Oh! Oh, I just keep asking them for help then. Okay. Okay, instead of paying for help, I should be asking the priest for help. Good to know. Well, the more you learn, I suppose. Locksmith's Dream, Trespasses, the third volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. Yes, the puffin's down here. It's part of beachcombing, so I can go look for debris along the shoreline. Yes, two yes. Yes. Two assholes. Also, is that too loud? I added some gain to the voice. Okay, good. Because it's getting into the red zone over here on OBS, and I'm not sure if that's getting too loud. Okay, well, now what do I do? Alright. Well, let's do the last book then. And... oh, I can't do that. Okay. Okay, well, let's see what this turns up then. Another poet. Well, I already did that. Maybe I can use him later. But for now, I guess do some work. Okay, get some money while I'm at it. Walter de Wolf, the bust of a card from Serpentite, a striking local stone. A magnificent 18th century secretary desk, commissioned for Lady Eva de Wolf, last of the Brankrug de Wolfs. Skill in what? I don't have any skill. Conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind, cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and struggle. Hunger, lust, and the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. Moon, secrets are soft. Okay, winter. No. No, you... No. Oh. Readable and blank. Oh no, this is just one of these, okay. This is ink and tool. Okay. Oh! Oh, it lights up when you... oh, nice. Okay, so the objects light up too. Oh, that's so useful. I think I'm out of soul. Well, let's... This is... Oh! Okay, let's spur this on. Needs 24. That's a florin. Fired. So then I can... Oh. Watchman's Tower, the top floor. Ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. Should seek help and enter carefully. Well, that's unlocked. Okay. The scholars of the house watch the courses of the stars to determine their past and understand their future. So, evolve via Horomakistry. To evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the Horomakistry wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine two identical soul cards into a greater one. But you must use a skill you've attuned to that wisdom, and the attunement will only work once. I never finished looking at the things in here. I got too distracted. Okay. So then we have a mirror scope, bewildering and occasionally useful. Lantern thing and tool. Baron Silence's astrolabe. Thomas de Wolf used this armillary, a spherical astrolabe, in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. Night Sky Velvet Smooth, Light Strewn, Villas, okay. And more books. Oh, there are just books everywhere. More books up here. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm the librarian, so that makes sense. Telescope, okay. So this is the observatory, okay. So then here I need lantern or nectar. Which I think I can get from the priest, so... Okay. Damn, I'm out of soul, so there's not much I can do for tonight. Okay, well, let's put these back. What is this? The locksmith stream trespasses? This is in the Malleary. Okay. I don't have a knowledge. I wonder how I get those. I'm sure that'll come with time. Well, it's the beginning of the game. I'm sure that's just because there's a lot of things. It's just a slow because it's Beginning of the game. The Atlantic Ocean. Whale Den, Moon Road, Bone Keeper, Shipbreaker. Out of bounds. Alright. Did this require? This required knowledge. I should have gotten too fast then. So let's ask him for assistance. Oh, sorry. Memory's fade assistant departs, but the soul is refresh. Start that up, that's only 10 seconds. While I'm at it, shilling and sixpence. I think I'm out of, not quite out of money, so let's break the half crown. Okay, and I'm gonna end up being broke. Okay, let's have the librarian. And yeah, let's look for some additional help, just because. Start, and then let's decipher a book. This one was the first, so let's decipher that. Period book. Reading 17 to 1800s. If I examine, I can learn more knowledge. Okay. Start. Okay. And that just leaves me with help. Okay. Books live happily upright here. Other things are permitted to join them. It's cloudy again. Clouds have moth, weather, moth and moon. Okay. Okay. That I did. No. Oh wait, no. Okay, so that I have 2 florins now. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. Okay, so he has lantern. Okay. So he is locking that. The Devoured Tantra. The diplomat priest Stanislav John Schaller transcribed this from the library of a Red Long, but his manuscript remains in a private collection in Karasham. Mystery Grail, written in Sanskrit. Good challenges. Oh, so I need. Okay. Written in Sanskrit, the holy tongue of the subcontinent. The door to 4,000 years of poetry, ceremony, and mystery now opens before you. If you can struggle through the lotus convolutions of its vocabulary. The librarian reads Sanskrit, but don't assume others can. Subject Applebright Euphonios. Breath is a temptation of the soul. Pleasures and insights the Church would call the secrets, the sisterhood, the mysteries, and the bureau unsanctioned. Gypsy. What a gypsy. What a kitty. Kitty kitty. What a gato. Gato 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 gato. Pat 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 pat. Codex. Changes, cover, spine, knowledge, decent, intellect, Gypsy. Why did you sneeze on me? What a gato. Kitty. Squitchy. What a gato. Vamos gato. Kitty squitchy. What a gatita. What a squish. What a gato gato gato. Gato 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 gato. What a mo. No. Kitty kitty kitty. I should probably get a like a webcam or something so that you can see all the things this cat does. What is the kitty? What is the kitty? Mwah. Okay. While he's unlocking that, I will... Oh, okay. Passing surrealist painter. Gives Grail, Moth, and whatever that is. Okay. Let's put this back on the shelf then. Wait for this to complete to see what else I need. St. Brandon's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century, at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. Nice. Oh, this is... Okay, so this is nectar. Sea holly in summer, blue crown in winter. Gypsy! So that's nectar. This is... Okay, so that needs... Okay, and then this needs... Okay. So these all need knowledge. So these are like processing things. Yeah, okay. This requires winter and lantern, so I can still do this one. This requires nectar and edge. That's what this was, right? She had moth and grail. And rose. Okay. Oh. Well, let's open that up then. Oh, these require 3. These require 4. I think the rector only has 2. Okay, so then that's the case. So I'm going to continue doing this. Okay. This is really an odd game, but I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Oh, I wonder if there's a time limit. Oh wait, wasn't there a thing? Oh, I need all of the... Yeah, it is a sort of simulation game. Let's see. Okay, then this is... Yeah, it is spring, but there's also a date to it, I think. Oh! Oh! Well, that's okay. Changing it along the line parts of the... Oh. Oh! Oh yes, but I wasn't aware of how to unlock it either. Can't do I take these here? No, I don't. Tris, the change in the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So this is more moth. Okay. Okay, so then I need to do one more thing. Okay, so that's... Okay, I got 6 pence. Yeah, let's see what that is. So this is illumination. You've determined where the skill should belong in the wide kingdoms of understanding. The skill is now committed to the wisdom marked in the card. Oh, it must not. That's forbidden. So this. Okay, hushery. Glycoscophy. All right. So they all need. Okay, and then this is. Oh, okay, so these are the, okay, hushery, theistry, birdsong, preservation. Okay. Let's put this back then. Okay. So then the next one I looked up was this. There are no books here, but there are books up here. So these are Curia period books, baronial period books. So Curia. Have anything else? Well, that was the last of my soul, so I has to. Okay. Old Copper Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of Henry VIII. Bells and Brasieries. Brasieries. Okay, well. So let's put that back. And I'm out of soul. Oh, I forgot to explore the new room. Entrance hall. The beginning of the house proper. The curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. So I think you consider, so for example, like, let's say I want to read this book here. So I need to spend soul, which is an effort, but then I also need... Actually... I also need these things, a tally prize. Is there this out? Oh, wait a minute. So I need a skill and a memory, which I can use a memory here. Like, I don't have any skills. So I don't have... You know what? Let's see. This dawn, let me check it. Well, let's check out this entrance hall. So this Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron of Grandcug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brandon's. Leg de Breaux, sometimes known affectionately as the First Eva, Leg de Breaux, never visited the isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Lady Rowena, for as long as there's been a hush house, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. Sister, Priestess, Oracle, Queen, very old image from the Dawn period with simple inscription. Abbot Geoffrey, it was after Geoffrey gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here, decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. Lignum vitae blank, the hardest of all woods. It all requires skill that I don't have yet. Okay. Leaves in the wind, a soothing but distinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know about it. There's no sign of the boy prays. There's no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. Crowcross sands at high tide. A gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here just before the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, Speech, the first sword. Authority. Once this shepherd's crook represented the authority of the church. Perhaps the Suppression Bureau kept it here because they liked the idea of authority in general. Saint Melanchthe, visionary philosopher alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isle's abysses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died, but not passed with, but the cross died, but not but passed within." Okay. Leaves in the wind. Soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Oh, so they're the same. Okay. 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 Okay, so then... Oh, I have no more memories. Okay. I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies. Oh, so this is just... Okay. Oh, I could actually make use of this. So, correspondence and arithmetic. Okay, maybe. I don't think I can get anything more out of him, though. Nevertheless, let's see about these books. Oh, Mystery Lantern. Oh, okay, so I need... Oh, okay. So the souls... Okay, so I need to get 3 tally price and 4 Mystery Lantern. So this is... Oh. Okay, so this is what I need for this book. Okay. Okay. So it's Sunny that has 2 lantern, 2 sky. Okay, and then I do this and I click. Oh, let's try that. Okay. Try and figure it out. Okay, let's start. 3 seconds. Dandelion, homemade flower wine. So this is a thing, liquid, beverage, restorative. Rest and recovery. Oh, so if I click here, oh, okay. What's this? Oh, oh, there's a bread here. Okay, well, let's try that next then. This is, oh, Rina. if only add a thing card. Okay, so if I want to burn it, then I could just burn the thing. Perhaps this letter is irritating or useless or dangerous. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Do you really want to burn a book? Do I really want to burn this book? This will destroy your journal, which will make it impossible to complete the game. You'll be stuck, but you can do it if you really want. Okay, you know what? Let's put this over here. Okay. I wonder if maybe I can, if I do this. Okay, no, I need knowledge. Okay. Okay, let's try this. Let's do some work. Oh, I can't put this anywhere, so I'm kind of stuck with it. Oh, I could put it down. What's this again? Coffee. Okay, so let's continue discerning books. I'm definitely a little bit more, what do you call it? Quantity over quantity when it comes to coffee. But I can definitely tell when it's a good coffee or a bad coffee. Coffee, rather. Let's see. So that's discerning. Nobody to talk to. 2 lantern. So this requires 3 lantern. Yeah, sort of thought. Okay, well, I guess... Actually, let me put him to bed. Can I? I can't. Okay. I'm getting stuck in the minutia. Okay. Well, let's see how all this turns out. Deratio quercum. The in English, the title translates roughly to as The Account of the Oaks. This is Nathaniel D'Arcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. Mystery Nectar. So I'm like, okay. Okay, let's put that back on that shelf. You know what? I don't think I'm going to... Well, let's see. No, well, there's really nothing else to use this for. And I want to try Faust later. So let's keep reading books. Let's read these last 2 books. Let's read 2 of these books here. Shilling. That's 12, so I'm slowly building back up. Let's go to bed, maybe? Oh! Okay, oh. Air! Oh, well, okay, that didn't work. That's fine. I have a floor. Okay, I can buy 1 more assistance. Let's see how that goes. Oh, this is a guest, but this is true. This is true. But nobody's come to visit, so. The Shadow in the Stair. Ernestine Peterhan's records her conversations with the little darkness in Hush House's Stair Tenebros, which she calls Donkerling. Okay. So there's one mystery lantern. Actually, when it comes down to it, when I'm considering... So I need a lantern mystery. I think that's what you get from here, right? So I'd have to double up first. Maybe? Passing by, musician. Yes, sky, rose, and nectar. Lantern and winter. He has... Okay, so this is edge and nectar. This is grail and nectar. This is heart and nectar. This is... well, regardless, I can hire him. Okay, so they come in skills of 4, so I can do any of these. Do I want the walled garden? The walled garden, the long tower first floor. What? No, I can't. I don't have that. Tangle of thorns. Flower garden, thorned reeds, a weed-choked garden, or grand ascent. Oh, I don't think he has that. He does not. Okay, but so far everything I've been hiring is 4. Actually, I wonder... Okay, you know what? Let's just go in order and unlock this one. And that does it for the day, I believe. I think I'm out of money. Okay. Actually, for these, all these I need introductions, right? Yeah, I actually need to be introduced to the... Okay. Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brandon's Abbey, the brothers practiced with the arts of war here. So it was that in baronial times the garden became a favorite of the martial quarrelsome de Wolfs. Sea blessed pears in summer and autumn, and in Numa the shining pear, Pyrus or Calcinus. Practice garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. Kitty, what are you doing? What, gypsy? No, cat. What a butt. Come here, the butt. What a kitty butt. Mwah. Butt. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm completely out. Okay, cool. Yes, that is a cat butt slap. So, could actually put this here, see what that does. Oh, that's a minute 30. Okay, let's see how that does. And then want to see, since if that does anything, as that's looking for work with Faust instead of Fet or Trist. Really can't use the Rectors. Oh yeah, that's the Rectors is, I can't really use him anymore. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and consider more books. Not sure how exactly this is going to run, but let's do that. And I wonder, actually. Wind. So, challenge, I need evolving illumination. I need apprentice level challenges, scholar level challenges, keeper level challenges. Oh, there we go. Reminder from St. Ronwin's Trust that I hadn't replied to them. Hadn't yet replied to them. Well, I don't have the means to reply to them. Oh, this is... Well, let's hold off on that then. An Impertinent Habituation, a book of kitchen garden techniques and aphrodisiac recipes recorded by Ernestine Peterhans, the Iron Seneschal of Hush House for 3 generations of De Wolfs. Okay. Okay. The Trust hopes I've arrived safely, but wonders why. If so, I haven't yet replied. Such as simply the trustees. Okay. Well, let's see. How can I reply? Why not? Oh, wait. Oh, there's ink behind there. Okay. Actually, you know what? I want to hold off on this a bit longer. Or maybe something... Maybe I can add a memory on there and see how that works. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay. 6 pence. So just okay, just okay. The same as the labor. Okay. This is a safe place for me now, so to the extent that dreams are safe. Oh. Store. Oh, I use this to... Okay. You know what? Let's boil some tea, just for shits and giggles. Demon scent both rise. It's ready. Dregs. Okay. Pet fatigued. Okay. And a thing. Okay. So then now I have tea. Tea from the land of the real you. Okay. So flush awesome. Oh, it expended the tea. Okay. So then dregs. This was something. So then I can just. Throw. I'd say I boiled the tea because it said tea. I'll make the coffee here soon. Okay, so the... How can I get rid of this? So I have dregs. What can I throw dregs into? Okay. I can't throw... Oh. It won't let me... Oh, it expires. Okay. Okay. Well, now I have tea and I'm not sure what to do. Okay. So then... Oh, so I can... Okay. Okay, so this has edge and knock. Okay, so then if I want to... So this element of the soul... Forge, heart, knock, or scale. Oh. Oh wait, no, okay, that doesn't work how I thought at all. How unusual. Okay, that is not how I thought that would work at all. Okay. I guess I better decipher one more book. Okay, let's grab this book. The High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862 but claims to draw from much older traditions. I guess that's it. Yeah, that's okay. Gypsy. Actually, I want to cough. Oh, it's almost 4 o'clock. I should probably start going to bed. Add a fatigued soul card to nap, a maladied soul to cure it once. Oh, once night has fallen, a memory to dream. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's. I'm gonna have to wait that. Okay, so I leave the. Okay, I leave the body. So, the body has to sleep. Okay. Okay. Well, let's go out here and get some money. The shilling's 12. 12 and 12, so that'll give me enough money to buy one more piece of help. Let us decipher one book. Okay. Rain. Nectar and Grail. Let's put all that together. The journey was difficult, but nothing could keep me from the house. And this place is everything I had imagined, or will be once I restored it to old glory. Let's see how that goes. Okay, 10 seconds. Soft terrain brings life. A reply to the trust. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwen's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds. I hope. Memory. Satisfaction. Okay. This has... Okay. Let's send that to the post office. Oh dear. Oh, whoever thought that would actually come in handy. I thought I was going to hold on to that for forever. That leaves... Letters from a fugitive. Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the bounds. Throughout that time he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. Right, written in Phrygian. The Phrygians worshipped the Great Mother, who we call the Grail. Theirs was the land in which the Sisterhood of the Knot was born. And this is the tongue in which the Thunderskin pleaded at his ascension. You know what? I'm going to try and solidify this memory, see if that does anything. It examines the letter, deems it sufficient, it'll go with the next post, she says. I can expect visitors' correspondence and a stipend for the trust every spring. Oh. I get a penny back. Better fight. Okay. Now I have an even more useless coin. You know what? Let's go ahead. I can't think of anything else to do, so let's read another book. Oh, I should have done that. Oh, I shouldn't have. Well, I should have searched for help. Never mind. It's fine. I actually already have plenty to go off of, so I don't really need to expand the house anymore. "108. Eva de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The great hooded princes, the Nok Long, who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Eva claims, honor the horned axe." Okay, let's put that back. Oh, that's a lot of rooms to explore. Excuse me. Yeah, there's nothing else to do. I need to save this. The Grail at her greatest. Okay, so then, now that we're here... Carried in memory like a flambeau, safe to the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Oh, I guess I should have used the tea. It's fine. Oh, okay. Okay, so I thought, okay, that just that just holds that over. Gypsy. Okay. I think I'm kind of stuck in a cycle here. Or a macastry. Then this is... Oh, actually, I kind of wanted to try this out. Oh, those are, okay, never mind. Evolver, okay. So this is to evolve evolve illumination. This is to evolve horrible macastry. Okay, and then, okay. Still don't have a knowledge. How do I get a knowledge? These are... When do I get these? Okay, I need at least a knowledge. Okay. Well, let's do books then. Don't know what books does, but... Okay, well let me try. Okay. I've got everything free, so... Okay. Sure, let's see what that does. I saved it to today, so why not? Entry after. An anonymous erotic novel occasionally claimed to have been written by Eva de Wolf, though at least 2 duels were fought in her honor to avenge this slander. Okay. You know what? Let's do this, just for shits and giggles again. Oh wait, no, I have to search for help. I'm sure this will snowball. So she has Grail, Moth, and Rose. Well, regardless, I can... But painter with their pigments wouldn't want to spend a day at Hush House. Well, then you should be paying me, not the other way around. Okay, so I got Faust back, which means I can go back to work with Faust. And then let's go ahead and decipher another book. And that's the last of the books, I think, actually. Scent Garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here, lest the temptation of savours overwhelms them. An air. Hurricane lamp. Proof against storm wind and moth swoop alike. Lantern, sky, thing, and light. Skin shuck mead. Murky, sweet-smelling liquid crowded with sediment. Oh! No, that's right. I need an invitation. Or introduction, rather. Never mind. Never mind. As it were. The Carmine Petal, unexpurgated. A project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, by which he claims he succeeded in creating a sanctuary for a fugitive forge name, the unexpurgated version. Well, that's quite a mystery. Huh. Alright. That's it for the books, then. Oh. Oh, my ink is gone. Where did the book go? Oh, I think it just returned back to Spot. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Okay. Well, let's see. I think that's it for tonight. How do I decipher these books? Well, I guess I know how to decipher these books. Okay. There are no more books to do, so start one of these. Okay, this was maybe an easier book. So this is about as easy as it gets. Wah, okay. How do I, okay. I think... It's good. It's probably something gratuitously obvious. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm. There's. Well, consider. Okay, let me take this book with me. So I need a tally price, and I don't know how to get that. This already has a tally price. Oh. Mystery knock. Let's do this for now. What if I... add a thing card? Skills and languages, like... Oh, it sorts. Oh, that's by alphabetical order, okay. That's okay, that's fine. Passing by, a consulting engineer. Forge sky and lantern. Well, regardless, I can use her, so... Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. The nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. I'll do your thing then. Now, I kind of want to figure this out a little bit longer. Knockhart Grail. Winter Lantern Forge. Tree of Wisdom's. Oh. Okay, well, let's check this out. Solomon Husher. The bust is the palest white marble. In 1818, the very revered Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan. Although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury, no one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. Widow's candle lighted in remembrance. Another desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen, Boggew, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and his romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut marble, or so the story goes. Perniculate, deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this pigment. An ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. Okay. Whispering sand. White silver sand in which the voice of the waves lingers. And more books. Okay. Well, Oh. Oh, this is... Mystery Lantern. How do I get that? Mystery Lantern. Okay. Okay, so that's the training station. This is Jane's Horomakistry, but I need... Okay, so it's Horomakistry. Oh, I need to find Nictrotomy, maybe? I guess it just continues exploring the... Hmm. The Encircling Tantra. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplantis once attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His face is recorded in an appendix. Okay. War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail. From its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy, to a war which ravaged half of Europe. Okay. What does this do? I'll plunge again into the waves. A brisk swim. Why not? Oh. Afterwards what? Why not? But what? That's... Okay, cool. Is that what I'm supposed to have been doing this entire time? Or not? Oh, a thing. So it just needs to be a thing. Okay, let's. Okay. Memory. That. Try it again. Maybe next time that'll. Well, I'm quite lost. All right. Let's try this one more time. Let's consider this book. Meanwhile, you go. Yeah. Start that up. I'm a librarian that doesn't know how to do anything. These. I just get more salt, okay, more memories. No, not at all. Yeah, I'm starting to get kind of frustrated. Maybe I should look that up. Yeah. Because it seems like I'm stuck in a cycle. Oh. Yes, thank you. That's much appreciated. Because nothing's happened. Well, it could be that, you know, I didn't send the letter right away. I just... Reading books to gain lessons. Hmm. I guess I should ask how to read the damn books. Alright, well I'm almost... Let's go ahead and get this moving then. Where's my health? Where's my health soul health? Health soul. Hey, where'd my health go? Well, that's not cool. Oh, there it is. It's behind the... Okay. Lessons are obtained after mastering a book for the first time or during salons, which can be used to acquire and improve skills. Okay. Oh. An advertisement from Cater and Hero. Alive to the possibility of commerce. He has sent a smudgingly printed catalogue addressed to the librarianum. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brankrug? What visitors will be... Will either draw a new incident, find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. Okay, well something's happening now. And I'm very positive on this. Order form, Cater and Hero. Cater and Hero has offices almost everywhere, not in this mystery limb of the kingdom, but they will, at least, deliver here. Use ink to order items of interest. A few lines on an order form won't consume the ink. When your delivery arrives, it'll contain a new order form. Okay. Well, there's a desk here, so we'll grab the desk. Okay. Well... Developments in the world beyond. Okay. Is there someone en route to the house? Sir Franislav John Schaller. The affair of the Sandalwood Saint. An odd little image in a church in Strasbourg has become locus for wild claims of healing and haunting. When it comes to the attention of the... attention of the church hierarchy, they'll rue it miraculous or heretical, unless someone takes a hand before then. Visitors with an interest in nectar and ornaments will want to talk about this. Okay. Saint icons. Well, let's talk about it. No librarying, my order. What's left of it is not recognized by the Church. Persons of good sense on either side of the doctrinal divide know how to keep communications open. Sorry, every time it gets ecumenical, I find myself talking like this. I know someone who knows a more important someone. Try a book with as much mystery nectar as their interest. 3 interested in nectar. Oh dear. Okay. I don't think I have that. Kiki, what are you doing? You are a meow. Why are you so meow? No, you know what? Frick it. What a kitty. What a kitty. What a kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. What is the kitty? You know what? I'm not even sure. Well, this isn't very helpful at all. Alright. Gypsy, what are you doing? Ah! Try with this mystery as there. Well, I don't have. I'll have this, and it is in. Okay. Well, let's see how that goes. Well, this is nectar related. This is also nectar related. Let's try this one then. Is it in a language you can read? Okay. What's this? Edge related. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that works. It says good. Okay. Sky, Rose, and Nectar. Okay, so it would be useful to... Oh, it's occupied. I can't do anything. Oh, no. Alright, it's fine. Get some more money. Okay. Okay. Occult Spintria. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, Spintria. Bronze Spintria usually display the act of shaping on their reverse side. Ah, okay. What was that bong sound? Oh, actually... Oh, or not. Well, it's... Well, maybe the postmistress has something to say about it. This is... Spin tray are not legal tender, but no law prevents the postmistress. Perhaps he collects them. This is worth 10 shillings. Oh, so maybe if I want to sell this. You know what? I'll hold off on that for now. I don't know what those are for. If I really need the money, then I'll exchange it. I forgot to do the thing. Orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandcrag. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard keepers offer thing and heart. Alternatively, add a soul card to find. Oh! Casual laborers services. Okay. Now I don't know what to do with any of these. Alright. Well, that was almost an interesting thing that happened. Scraggian whiskey. Let's try this. I've got hot. Skulking nearby, a fugitive. Sure, why not? Older noise, called a terrible voice, as a man started up from among the graves at the side of the church porch. A fearful man, all in coarse grey, with a great iron on his leg. Man with no hat and with broken shoes, and with an old rag tied around his head. Dickens. Oh, he can open 3. The infirmary. Grand ascent, first floor. Ground floor. Well, let's do the infirmary. That just seems like the better one in general. In the 15th century, not enough Regensburg came to Brankrug. Brothers of St. Brandon's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It's changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. The Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated, she cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. The Thunderskein. He cannot be stilled, he demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. The Velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The Velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. The Sister and Witch. The Sister and Witch bring together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. Huh. Basket of towels. Clean white ships and the unmistakable military ping of a steel bed frame. Oh. Pale Mommet. A gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. It's a tool and a device. If it's an infernal device, it means it'll explode. Device, but not one that can be hacked by casual handling. This can survive Consider without being used up, though it can still be used up in crafting. Actually, if you can consider objects, good heavens, I could have been doing this the entire time. Can literally consider anything. Wow. Wow. Well, let's consider one of the first things. Let's consider the astrolabe. Well, no, actually, let's do this poppet. Mist-kissed water, the faintest vapor still ghosts the water's surface. Limited drinking cocoa. Serpent milk. It does look almost like milk, and it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. Okay. Gloomy room. Neglected room. So these are 5. Okay. Oh! Scrutiny, it's cold. It's always cold. It's grateful for my warmth. There are scholar-level Grail recipes which can craft one of these from fabric. Okay. Memory sight. The eye sees more than the heart knows. Okay. That... Okay. See if that does anything. So you generate memories this way. Okay, so that's pretty easy to generate memories. So I need at least a shilling. No, that's not... Well, you know what? Screw it. 10 shillings. Kitty, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, you are no... I messed that up. Kitty, you are forbidden. What are you doing? No, Kitty. Well then, while we're at it... Gypsy, what are you doing? Whispering that nothing will remain. Sure, why not? The voice of the waves lingers no longer. Okay. That is not helpful. Oh! Mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the Smith. Might get 6 or even 10 words out of him if I'm patient. I don't know what to do with memories. Oh, okay, well... That was not helpful. Okay. A shilling. So that means... give this. Oh, okay, so that's just how you get to know people. Grail or winter? Well, that's not helpful. Miss Krill the Woodknife is tall and gloomy. Mr. Krill the Undertaker is slight and wry. For 10 years she has run villages into the world, and he has shaped cradles for her departure. But she can also whittle, and he can also paint. Okay, cool. This has been unusual. All right. I don't know what to do. All right. Well, then we'll hire a person for the things. Well, I could have been unlocking things a lot more cheaply then. Forge, Sky, and Lantern. Gypsy, what are you doing? Kitty, you are being a meow. Long. Freezing air, even tendrils of fog drip from the tower top. Should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. The foundation of the Long Tower, Solomon's quarters. Generally reckoned the chilliest room in the house, the Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosole, Magus Epistler, reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. Guest bed, Solomon. Julian Costley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. It's a matching soul card to... Isle water. Glass. Oh, more books. Okay, cool. Gypsy, what are you doing, you bat? What a dickety butt. Kiss the butt. Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Scenic taint. A poison, a curse, probably both. Be careful handling this book. This contamination can affect your shaft and health. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 knock. The other line. One of Samuel Savage's more thoughtful works on an allegorical play about the city Clarity, a city that's also a book, and the sentences which inhabit it. Okay. Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian Nicodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treowen. Okay. That's it. I'm out. I'm out of soul again. Well, let's do this last book here. By their marks shall ye know them. Monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding the weak spots of Long. Grand Descent, fills 4. The windows are tightly closed, the carpet surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. You'll need to placate it before you go higher. Do your thing. Let me go break this crown. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug has had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. Leg of the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for the librarians. Third librarian is missing. Niche with a plaque whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must remain silent. Okay. A defiant plant. Niche with a plaque, who knew cages. 7th Baroness Brandkrug. A niche plate, not to be crossed, not to be found. First librarian of the Curia of the Isle. 6th Baron Brandkrug. Who knew cages. 2nd librarian of the Curias. Alright, so we've got these busts. Alright. Walter de Wolf. Serena Blackwood. Valentine de Wolf. No, that's not what I... There we go. Okay. Okay. I think that's it for now. Okay, well, what else do we need to do? That's not what I wanted! Oh, that's even worse. Yo, Jade. What you doing, Jade? No, we'll continue unlocking things. So I don't know what else to do. Knock. Okay, yes, I think I can do that. Staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason Gregory Wheelock. Best Baron Bankrug. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom he said his trophies resembled. Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in the picture, only an empty garden. Somewhat pocked with cigar burns. Paradise Pound. An unquenchable vitality. Okay. So we had the first Baron. Correct. So that's good to be this guy. Saw what had not yet passed. Commanded the raising of the stair. Baron Walter's great project. Okay. Okay. Musgraved wolf. Forge, okay. Fourth, fifth, and sixth librarian. 7th. Who dwells still in the three-flowered tree. So she was the last one. Musgrave de Wolf. Carved from wood. Cherry? Actually, that was Serena, wasn't it? Yeah, she was the last. She was the yes. She wasn't the last librarian. She's the last Baroness, if I remember the lore we read correctly. Okay, and then the remaining barons, who was mocked more than he merited, who was feared more than he merited, who saw what had not yet passed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First librarian. Okay, yeah, no, I don't remember who this guy is. Musgrave de Wolf. Oh no, it was Ava de Wolf. Maybe? No. Serena was the librarian. Oh, I'll do that later. Forge, okay. Oh, I forgot to do that. Okay, fine. Berg. Coastal fog, moon mared, sea dulling. Knockin' moon. Oh, what's this? An invitation from TRN Limited. Received short catalogue, neatly printed on paper of creamy smoothness from TRN Limited. A compliment slip advises me that they have reserved a space for me in their client list. TRN selects its client. One might say eccentrically. They rarely advertise, but in all their long history, they have never lacked for custom. Use ink to order items of interest. So more the Fair of the Sandalwood Saint. Mr. Fraser's Strathcoin. Oh, Lamentations. That is okay. 5 shillings, as opposed to 10 shillings. Okay, well, I don't really need that. Now I know it's used for something else. Winter. Out comes the white. Are you Forge? You are Forge, so I do need to hire you. This has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, no other influences crept in. I'll need to purify it step by step. So I need 5s. I have yet to see anything. So this is the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Twelfth librarian of the Cure of the Isle. This, of course, would be me. If I have access, their image might stand here. Okay, so then this actually goes up this way. Okay. Shattered atrium. I guess that's it. I'm unable to do anything else. Okay. What if I can... Okay, well, let me go back to one... This is one of the... Actually, let me go to this desk. Okay. Good heavens. What if I just want to order regular wine? Or like... Wasn't there less deadly wine? Less deadly ink somewhere? No, just this lethal ink, it looks like. I'm not going to write a folder formatly. No, 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 no. Ever Wolf, the last of the Branco wolves. Okay. Thomas the Wolf, second Baron. Oh, that's Musgrave the Wolf. Okay, so. Alright. An eccentric Valentine the Wolf. Kitty Mazarine, second librarian. Okay. Creamy smooth and eagerly awaiting ink. Kitty, what are you doing? You're Shade. What are you doing, Shade? What are you doing, Shade? What did I just... what did I see that... Avida Wolf, first and last. His first father, Valentine de Wolf. Okay, yes. God, I still don't know what to do. Very don't know what to do. Extremely very don't know what to do. No. What do you want, Chunky? Well, I mean... If I do need to ask one question. Fisherman off of moon and sky. I don't think... You know what? Let's just start at the beginning then. Oh, cracked diffraction. Let's consider that then. Based on this classic card, Odal has a certain mirror door in dreams. It is said opens only for a mirror which can just been cracked. This one was cracked long ago. Okay. Have I learned ow? Well, that wasn't very helpful. Let's ensure a good night's sleep. Okay. Okay, so consider all of the... Okay. This? An offer from Oriflammes. Thanks you for your continuance. The book may become available to purchase yet again later. Accept. Can't believe I missed that. I'm very lost. Okay. Well, let's keep at this a little bit longer. world is pale today, the white of the rest of the world, and the winter does not wait forever. Faint rust specks dot the mirror, or possibly blood. Okay. Unimpeachably sturdy, okay. Oh, you can only have one, okay. Eat it. Nope. Analyze the substance, no. Little scratchy, but an optimistic sort would point that out. Makes it easier to stay awake when one's eyelids waver, okay. Well, I just consider everything, one at a time, then. Light the candle. No, thank you. Thick deposit has accrued to the bottom of the stand. 100 years of rain applied to 100 winters of mud. Nice. Tapestry ripples very slowly, even in still air. Candle flames bend towards it. Very Reverend Solomon Hunter, 3rd Librarian of Hush House. Nothing is a place, everything ends. Okay, so this is he's the 3rd Librarian. Hush House. Okay, well that's making some progress. Musgrave de Wolf, who was mocked as the Bleating Baron even while bankrupt, prospered quietly, who was renowned for his piety, but who won praise from the magus Julian Cossile, a quiet contradiction of a man. Was the Suppression Bureau, before the Curie of the Isle, before the DeWolfs, before the Church, the Sisters of the Knot were here. Almost 100 generations have died since this thing was shaped. Interesting. Henry Moore piece, a perhaps genuine one, or did speak very cautiously of an encounter with ill commission. Okay. Hail! Ice wraps on roofs and treetops. Oh, what's all this? We are at the threshold of Numa, the labyrinth season, the season that lasts only a single day. Numa ends, all memories will vanish. Year loses its way, when time is a river and memory is a winged bird. In Numa, oddities ripen in the gardens of life. When the isle unexpected visitors arrive, memory departs. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it, even persistent ones. One of every 9 seasons in Brand Krug is Numa, but Numa is a vagabond. Numa has no heralds. Numa might arrive twice in 1 year, or 4 years might pass without the touch of its mists. I don't know what to do with these. Okay. Visitor interested in midnight. Matter of the Midnight Twin. Numa visitors will be concerned with matters of shadow and substance, revelation and obscurity. As long as this card remains, pneumatic visitors will have expressed an interest in mysteries. In moon mysteries, their needs will usually be more exacting than visitors who come during more traditional seasons. Facile chatter about balance and harmony, no time for that at all, but as other magas said, when a thing is kept too long from its opposite. Okay. Moon. A knock. Okay. Now this isn't going well at all, is it? I don't have a book he wants. Might give him a winter one. That's the only one I've got. It's even remotely what he kind of wants. Robert Jeffrey recorded a perfect dream. 2 women, one in violet, one in white, gathering seashells. Each gave him different advice. White-clad one, he wrote, handed him a shell and reminded him one cannot keep what one cannot hold. Since the end comes sooner, there's no damned end to it all. Yeah, I didn't think so. The story is told to Hendrik, first Barons de Wolf, and the local cunning man one Red William. Place the curse on the de Wolves. There will be no 7th of their line. There's another story that was no curse but a prophecy that Hendrik did not execute William but kept him safe in the caves below the isle. Something else. Okay, cool. A velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, and this painting has no more secrets to share. Okay. What about this thing? The Suppression Bureau, of course, is more of an ecclesiastical character than its progeny, Nocturnal Branch. It has never had any official links to the Church Solar. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, lest kept in scents and sensations, leaf mold, and the rhythmic musical clicking like metal. It's often like and cold. I remember the word. Sorry, it was cold. Inflicted. I've exhausted my strength. Your health has a malady. Oh. Kitty, what are you doing? Winter. Cured with heart. Kitty, what are you doing? I have to this sense. I did ever to Burrows the widow of Marcher Lord from much further north, takes such an interest in St. Brandon's. There are stories. Well, that's not much. I can use this way. I've become unwell. Oh, needs 5 heart. No wonder I was confused. Oh, that's why it wasn't working. I'm gonna die. Okay, well, let's try this. Closer inspection, this is a reliquary bust, which is to say if I corrected it and I could retrieve St. Malachin's actual skull, that would be uncouth. The chronicles record how Viking mercenaries were quartered at the abbey. One of the number, Tokay, attempted to loot the church, and his eyes were picked out by thorn-beaked crows. He repented, became a sworn brother of the abbey under the name Thomas, and rose in time to be abbot, but that was not the end of his story. Okay. Interest in scale, which I do have somewhere. No, Kiggy. Four, but he only needs 3. Six. 4. This is carved from hazelwood. The night before Nathan's arrival on the island, Aberjeffrey recorded his perfect dream. There's an old tradition in this country concerning the perfect virtues of hazel. Some of these things are related. Wisest, I think, to burn it. The days of the cross are long past. All very well to be sentimental, but I do not think we are likely to be friends with those who came before, and of course we can be assured of this sweet scent. Well, that's how you collect these things, so... wanted to sell those. Sure that you can run. £2. I'm actually quite fine. I just don't really know what else to do about it. Oh dear, the sun's coming up. Alright, I'm gonna just cut this off here. This night, this day, rather. Really out of things to investigate. Guess I could investigate all these busts. But actually, that's pretty bad. Oh well, we'll see how this goes. Good night.